does is that when it procs... I hate the YouTube player sometimes. Update that as well. I think we're good to go. Alright. Well, let's just get started with the... God, I'm tired. Okay, let's get started with the... Ascension trial. I haven't done anything on any characters, so I guess might as well do it now.
This dimension serves as a trial ground to test your abilities. Use all your strength and crush the enemies within the time.
Some of that, and then probably gonna do like the setup stuff on sorc. Like, I've done most of the exploration content, but I do still have a bunch to do, especially on the rifting side. Like, the goal here is gonna be able to do loot around this character before the week rolls over, and then do Sanct 2 on my channel. Really, I can fit in everything today.
Proceed towards the final trial ground.
Should have had the Windows update. Hopefully that didn't fuck up the sound settings. Guess I'm about to find out. Any chance you got video talking about every class, or you're going to make one later? Zephyr, it depends for precisely what you're looking for, right? When it comes to building, I do have the PV building guide that I have linked up there. If you mean like more individual specifically, like skills and specs and stigmas and macros, I'm not going to be making a video on that, but I do have channels on my Discord where I'm keeping resources up to date for every class. So if you're looking for that, that's probably the place you want to be at. I will most likely make like a surface level introduction guide for every class, like sometime close to the global release now. But yeah, for the in-depth stuff, I'm just keeping it on the Discord resource channels because it just changes too often. Like, doing this with a video format would not be a good idea. It needs to be updated too often.
This dimension serves. Use all your strength and crush the enemies within the time limit.
May I ask if there are a lot of cheese mechanics for Cleric in that game? What do you mean by cheese mechanics? Like in the sense of like popping the group invuln to like skip past mechanics or stuff like that?
Proceed towards the final.
Not really, like for the most part all of the relevant mechanics at endgame just bypass blocks and invulns. Like there was something with the new Deus dungeon, but they fixed it pretty quickly. And even then that was not very relevant, to be honest. Like there was one thing early into the game with Ludra. With like only, I mean, in Sanctuary in general, I guess, like early on when the resurrection system was the way it was on release, right? Okay. Just having the cleric survive the mechanic and then rest the group was a thing, but nowadays, I know, think of something? But nowadays not so much. How many DPS buttons do classes have? I mean, every class has like an equal amount of skills, right? But in terms of, like, do you mean in terms of the amount of skills or the amount of buttons you're actively pressing right now? Because if you mean the amount of buttons you're actively pressing, right now most classes typically just have their bread and butter in like one button, and then maybe like 2-3 extra contextual buttons. Because of the way the game is currently built. But next week, they have said they're going to revamp combat starting next week to more specifically have us press more buttons. We still don't know exactly what that means, but that is what is currently planned. So yeah, I might have to change the node because this one's a little fried. On a group as a cleric or channel, right? Yeah, no. No class is unwanted, to be honest. Like, you're not going to struggle finding a group regardless of the class. As long as you're not, like, shooting way above your pay grade or something. But most classes right now just And Konnichiwa, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. But like right now, most classes just have a macro that handles the bulk of their DPS, like NMB, RMB, E procs. Some classes put in like extra buttons, like certain buffs, certain like out of bread and butter attacks, right? Like Cleric is probably the class that presses the most amount of buttons, just because you can't really macro support buttons, right? So just by default, that's how it is. But most DPS classes, for example, are pressing like maybe 3 buttons at most. Like macro plus maybe a charge skill and a contextual button or something. But that is set to change, so we'll see exactly in what way. Actually, wait. Let me just change node right now before I do more of this. Oh yeah, it's dropping again. Yeah, okay. Alright. Find a better node. What does macroing in this game exactly imply? Doing multiple skills with one button? I'll show you once I'm back in game. It's a bit more self-explanatory if I can show you in game. And thanks for the follow, ref. I'll just show you my ranger. It's probably the most obvious on this one. Surely this node is going to be better. Like the way this game is set is you have like 12 to 20 skills, depending on what you count as a skill, and basically your skill bars are like customizable in the sense that this is a combo line, right? So each individual skill, some have like their own follow-up that happens on the same button, but you're able to put more than one skill inside of one button to make custom combos, right? And then you have an in-game macro setting that basically uses like those lines in sequence, right? So like let's say for me it's using this line and then this line and then this line in a sequence, right? And then on top of that you have software macro that you can use for example to use your auto attack automatically, right? Which is what most people do. Like for example on my ranger right now, like I have 16 skills, right? Some of them with their own skill chains, basically bound to these 4 buttons. And these 4 buttons are bound to a single button on my mouse, right? And then on top of that, I have 2 contextual buttons that I'm pressing. So I have this one that I use manually because this is a buff that I have to refresh, but I don't necessarily want to use on cooldown. And this is a cast that can proc resets. So like every time this is off cooldown, I'm using it, right? So like right now, when I'm doing this is my own input. And now I'm just holding one button, right? And it's using the 16 seals in a sequence. And most classes work like this, pretty much. Like you're just making custom combos to hold as little button as possible for your rotation to like execute itself. Like right now, I'm really only pressing 3 buttons, for example. A different reload button? Yeah. And the thing is, basically, the thing that they said they want to do with the patch coming next week is they want to revamp combat so that it doesn't completely remove macros, but it only basically leaves macro for the more basic stuff, and you're gonna have to time button presses more to increase DPS. Like that's all they've said. They haven't given any more context or anything, right? So the expectation is that, let's say right now my ranger is pressing 3, maybe I'm going to be pressing 6 after the patch, right? But we don't know. That we're going to start figuring this out next week, basically. For instance, they raise the stamina, so I'll use the macro as well. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the macro stuff is going to be a thing regardless. They just want they just want more human input, I guess. I don't know if they can figure out how to do that. I'm still not entirely convinced that they're going to manage to not get people to macro stuff, because the way the game is set up makes it very, very simple to just macro everything. So I guess we'll see, right? That's our objective. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they're not going to remove macros. Like, I think what they want to do is to just leave the macro stuff on like maybe LMB, RMB, and your proc button, and just have everything else need to be pressed manually contextually. I don't know. I don't know if they want to add a GCD. I don't want if they want to add like contextual debuffs. I don't know if they want to add like procs. The thing is, it feels like regardless of what they do, it's going to be pretty easy to automatize one way or another, right? So I don't know if they're going to manage doing it, but we'll see. I'll let them cook. This third party? Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how difficult they want to make it, and I don't know if they can even manage to do it without people finding some way to automatize, especially since people have been playing this game with like that macro-based system for like months, right? And at this point, I think people are just going to get upset that they can't just press one button to play the game. And people will be like incentivized to just make third party to just go back to automation, right? So we'll see. And they've technically brought macros. I mean, they tried, but they eventually abandoned the concept and just put in-game macros instead, right? To reduce the gap between players that can use software and those that can't. I think we get the same Season 1 global as Cleric, balance everything already. I mean, allegedly we should. Yeah, we are supposed to. So even whatever is coming next week, we should be getting. Hello, Andrew. I just hope they have everything figured out by the time global comes out. Because like, it's pretty likely that these changes will have us need to redo Arcanas and stuff like that. Which, it's a thing to have us do that on Korean Taiwan right now. It's another thing to have people redo Arcanas a week after the game's release on global, right? Like, hopefully they have it figured out by the time the game comes out. Okay, so one step by step, yeah. I mean, the thing is, they said they want to do batches, but the question is, how big are the batches, right? Is it going to be 2 classes? Is it going to be 3 classes? Have the cast? Only 1? We don't know. And the thing is, once they do, they're only going to have 1 month to figure it out. So, like, let's say the last patch that comes out is like 1 week before global. If they fuck something up and have to redo adjustments, they're going to do it in the midst of the global, right?
Use all your strength.
It's going to be glad first. I don't necessarily know that it's going to be glad first. I think other classes need reworks faster, right? Like, to me, assassin needs a good look at. For example, I think assassin is designed like dog shit, and it's been designed like dog shit for a while. What do you think about buying PvP accessories to boost eye level at the beginning? Don't do that. It's a huge mistake. Don't buy any PvP equipment at the beginning, regardless of the reason. And anyone that is recommending to do that has not played the game or doesn't understand the game. The accessories you want to make early on are the crafted accessories, the Star Dragon ones, because they're going to be really cheap and easy to make. They're going to be eye level 76, they're going to give you 12.5% PvP attack damage boost. And they're going to be the last accessories you will ever need to make. GCD would be cool. If they implement a GCD, it would need to be more than just like a global GCD, unless they heavily rework every skills, right? Because we have a hierarchy when it comes to the baseline skills, right? Between RMB, LMB, RMB, and the E-procs, right? So those would need to have a different GCD, for example. I'm planning to play global. I can decide between Templar or Cleric. No, Templar is like really, really good. No one is ever upset at having a Templar. Like, Templar is just a net positive in group. Took mod some like the first really cursed. Just try it out. I'm even more lost than watching you. It is what it is. I'm sure you'll figure your way. And if you have any questions, I'm here for that. But anyway, I'm assuming people recommend PvP accessories because they haven't played the game and they just looked at the really fucking shitty spreadsheet that people have been spreading on Reddit. It is what it is, right? But yeah, no, don't do that. Play this game since basically the first new MMO for me in a long time. I mean, this game is very easy to get into, so I'm sure you'll be fine. As usual, support. I mean, The both are just like convenient, really. Have some PvP. I mean, just keep in mind that AION2 is not about the PvP, but yeah, Templar is really, really good. I've tried to build a Mr. MMO yet. I have no plans to. I'm focused on AION2 and I'm not really interested in anything else. Should I play on early access or should I wait for the free launch? Can't decide. It's up to you, really. There's no FOMO with the full launch ones. You're not going to be losing anything, so... If you don't want to spend the money, then don't go on early access. Like, the only thing you may want to look at is that early access is probably going to have a bigger population of tryhard, right? Abyss on 10v10 all day? No. Abyss, you can hang out all day. 10v10 is limited in the entries. But the thing is, this game is not about the PvP. Like, PvP gives you no progression. It's just a fun thing you do on the side, really. And like, especially during season 1, during initial setup, like the thing is, PvE is just quintessential in this game. Even if you care about PvP, you need to be set up properly for PvE, right? So you will not want to dive into PvP equipment and stuff like that early on, because you're just going to burn your resources on something that ultimately doesn't matter. Daily Pen Dungeon, my pet level 3, happens with the Soul Sempet. They get transformed into soul crystals, AION2. And those soul crystals you can use to reroll your Genius Insight, which is honestly the main bulk of like the pet system. Didn't have much potential. Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a drop, to be honest. I mean, there's been a couple of things. Obviously, it depends on exactly what you're looking for. Like, I guess AION2 is more of a... It's a very traditional, like, PvE MMO. Even with level 3 global. I mean, that we don't know, but we have to assume that the same thing is going to happen. Once your pet is max level, you get soul crystals. Because if you don't, then it means that the Genius Insight system doesn't work. But obviously NCA hasn't really said anything about that, so who knows. Do you think that's all including Guild Legion stuff eventually is going to be ignored for a while? They said there's going to be some light casual content with Legions, but it's never going to be... The game is never going to be about the Legions. And PvE stuff? Yeah, exactly. Just... Broadly speaking, even if you care about PvP, just focus on PvE, and just focus on doing your weekly stuff for medals. And then once you're comfortable with your PvE, you can go back and get your PvP gear, right? Because medals and uncapped AP will be your main gates in terms of a progression on PvP side. But these are easy to keep up on, even full PvE. And as a matter of fact, being full PvE is going to make it even easier for you to keep up, since medal rewards from sieges and world bosses are pretty much essentially based on your PvE contribution. So if your PvE gear is better, you'll get better medals. I'm wondering if I will pick Gladiator instead for rewards. I mean, that's typically not going to be a problem, and even if it is, you can just like approach, do some DPS, back off. Like just keep in mind that when it comes to boss contribution, you're getting matched against people of the same class as you. So if you're struggling, other people of the same class will struggle as well. Alright, next. Going full damage on Cleric is viable. Every class goes for full damage. Sorc is the way. Sorc is fun, yeah. And it's been pretty solid, so... Anyone watching gameplay, this look more fun than anything the recent years? Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that is entirely how the game is built, right? This game is entirely built around being fun. That's the main thing right there. That's one thing I can be pretty safe at saying, is that if you like traditional PvE MMOs and stuff like that, the game is built in such a way that it's just satisfying to play, because everything you do gives you rewards, right? You're never wasting your time. Everything progresses your character. Any amount of progression can be meaningfully seen, right? So yeah, the game is built to be fun. I'm on Doom, right? Yeah, I'm on Doom. I was interested in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 3. I mean, for Guild Wars 3, it's a bit too early to see, right? Like, it's not even a game yet. But it's in 2028, so yeah, no. Guild Wars 3, I mean, I think they just want to do the same thing as Guild Wars 2, honestly. But again, for now, it's just like a cinematic and some text, so.
Only the final trial awaits.
I'm kinda just focused on stuff that is tangible, right? And right now, AION2 is tangible. It's just like Chrono Odyssey. It's like, I don't know. I don't get the weird obsession with putting down games that are out over a game that isn't out. It's like people never learn, right? It's just weird. I don't know. Are you enjoying your sorc so far? I mean, it's a bit early, right? But I'm starting to understand what sorc is about. It is pretty fun overall. Playing a bit for Guild Wars 3. Yeah, I mean, that's just the route that most modern MMO take, right? I mean, even AION2, like the PvP in this game is completely meaningless, right? AION2 is primarily a PvE game, and most people will enjoy as such, because no one wants to deal with PvP in MMOs nowadays. Like, really, that's all there is to it. Especially not guild-based MMO. Guild-based PvP, sorry. Like, it is what it is. What is it about, though? I mean, you just refresh your ground debuffs to like juice up your damage. Like, you refresh your ground debuffs, you buff up, and then you hellfire, and then you do bread and butter to reset hellfire and use more hellfire, right? Like, that's kind of what the entire gimmick of the class is about, right? It's just a lot of setup around hellfire. Which is, you know, it's pretty fun. What do you mean, insufficient cube space to enter? I don't think I've ever seen that message before, honestly. Oh yeah, right, I have a bunch of shit on this character I need to get rid of, actually. What do I even do with those? Probably just transfer map. Yeah. Can I do that? Character's going to need a bunch of that anyways. Those all PvP nodes except Abyss. Yeah, I think the instance stuff should ultimately just be equalized in this game, and I think they're eventually going to lean into that. Can we talk about R5? I mean, every class is just built the same, right? In that aspect.
This dimension serves. Use all your strength and crush the enemies within the time limit.
Preparation is going to be a place to utilize it, especially in PvP. What do you mean? Maybe I'm not minority happy. I think having the open world be non-equalized, but having the instance game modes be equalized is honestly fair. Because I mean, they already had doing it for Battleground and Battle Royale, right? And at this point, both of the arena types are pretty fucking dead. Like, because there's just no rewards tied to it. Like, I think the best way to do it would just be to have an equalized, like 1v1 and 5v5 arena, but then have a non-equalized one, right? So like you have the equalized version give you, you know, progression for PvP, you know, the same way that Battlegrounds do, like, you know, with AP, asphalt board, medals, potential stuns, right? And then you have your non-equalized arenas that give you cosmetics, right, with the rankings. I think that would be a fair way to do it, personally. Like having progression-focused PvP game modes be equalized, and having ranking and cosmetic-based one be non-equalized. I don't think there's much of a downside in doing that.
Proceed towards them.
All to make everyone happy? I think what I said would be a pretty decent compromise. I don't think anyone would complain about that. Because like the main thing right now is just arena is just dead. Like no one is interested in doing it. So might as well like repurpose the content. They have the equalization like already figured out. So just applying it to it I think wouldn't be too difficult. Is there a way to get super stigma shards to... You get some from completing the Morheim and Elden MSQ, and then after that it's only just getting level 20 stigmas. So you can only get up to 3 stigmas level 25, and then a 4th one at level 23, if you have absolutely everything. Need to run away with another shiny game. I mean, you're a bit late for that then, Refnol, because the game is already a completely different game from release. So... Ultimately, you need to understand that this game is not a PvP game, right? So any change to make the PvP game modes more accessible is ultimately not a bad thing. Equalized, yeah, I mean, that's another way to do it. Depends on how involved they want to be with it. Like, AION2 is a theme park PvE MMO, and the PvP is just one of the attractions. It's not competitive, it's not particularly good, it's just there, because MMO's gotta have PvP, right? When it could be equalized is for now PvP. Yeah, I don't think there's much of a... Again, they can just do both, right? Like, you just keep the Arena of Discipline and Arena of Cooperation. You make those equalized, and then you release like Arena of Glory that is like non-equalized, and that has the rankings and the cosmetics, right? What was your main in AION1? I played every class in AION1 over the years. Most people know me for my Assassin and my Templar. And my Chanta. Like, these are the three I think people know me for. But... These are putting some effort in PvP too. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same, right? Like, I'm looking forward to the Battle Royale. I'm looking forward to the rifting game modes, right? But I also have the understanding that this is not what they want to make the game about, right? So fair play. I think overall, like, the equalization and the BGs and the Battle Royale are just a net positive for the game. Many people did want nothing to do with PvP. Yeah. I mean, the way MMOs play nowadays are very different, right? Like, people don't necessarily want to be forced into interacting with other players all the time. People don't necessarily want to do, like, PvP. People just want to log in, do shit, and log out, pretty much. PvP community is tiny compared to number of casuals, yeah. Like, I mean, I'm seeing it, like, even within the... Like, the people I play games with, like, most of them just don't like PvP and don't want to be involved in it. It is what it is, right? A rebel? Yeah, I mean, they just leave the game, right? That's why... Whenever people are like, oh, you should have just made AION1 and Unreal Engine 5, it's like, no. The game would have instantly died. And in fact, they somewhat try at the beginning, right? Like, the rifting system in this game was similar to AION1's early on. And people immediately revolted, because it turned out people were griefing in this game the same way they were in AION1, right? Which you can call fair play on that, but ultimately that's just not what people want nowadays. So that's why they implemented the PvE flag, and they've been changing the direction ever since. Rifting failed because there's no different level zones. I mean, it was the same in AION1. They basically did rifting the same they did in AION1, right? Like, the thing is, if you played AION1 on release, but well, like way back in the day, the exact same thing happened. The exact same. It's just that back then... I mean, back then people were bitching, right? But people didn't necessarily have other games to run to. But nowadays people have options, so you either act or your game dies. Okay, players anymore, yeah. So what the fuck? I mean, some people just don't want that Elysium. And like the expectations of MMOs nowadays that people have built are way away from that. And is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? That's honestly for you to figure out. Me personally, I get it. Like AION1's PvP was entirely based on griefing people, right? Like there was absolutely no filter when it came to griefing others in AION1, right? So obviously that's a bit of a recipe for disaster in a like this day and age. I'm level 25, for example, above 40. That's just, I mean, not really smooth. You could, if you mean the Ernan and Moham area, specifically at level 50, you could through certain quests. And other than that, like, as long as you put down a Kisk in the zone and you maintain the Kisk, you could never leave. Like, I had level 55 characters in Ernan back in the days. It was very easy to abuse the system. And even then, if you just simply look at just Beluslan and Hyron, like these areas were basically from level 20 to level 50, right? And you had absolutely no restrictions on where you could go. Like the only quote-unquote restriction they put in was the curse, but a lot of people just didn't give a shit. And Mohammed, yeah, and you could navigate through all of them with no problems. Do you think the main cities will actually have some juice to them or just be hubs? I mean, they already said there's going to be MSQ tied to them. Like, they're going to be actual maps. So I'm guessing they're going to be part of, like, not like an expansion, but probably a big patch. Like the same way Mohammed and Elton were. Like, they said they want them to be more than hubs, so we'll see exactly what they mean by that. The Sanctum I wanted back. Yeah, I'm missing having a main hub as well. I hope it's not going to take them too long to return them, now that I have announced them. Like 2.0 with Gelkingis and Solar PvP area. I mean, the Gelkingis and PvP areas were mostly dog shit, because like most of them were just riddled by mobs that slowed you down, nuked your HP, bound you, and then T3 had the Ragnarok and Omega. There was guards fucking everywhere. Like 2.x was kind of shitty for PvP, to be honest, in terms of how the maps were. But it's probably one that people remember the most fondly, because that's probably where they played the most, right? And also, it was the end of Abyss PvP for the most part, which obviously, like, grounded PvP was just way better in AION1, so obviously people preferred that. What do you think they could do to make open world more relevant? Maybe something like Tiana open world dungeons? I mean, when it comes to PvP, they're going to bring, like, rifting quests, right? So these should help. On the PvE side, to be honest, it's difficult to have a dynamic open world when, you know, when you don't have, like, slow progression leveling tied stuff to the open world, right? Like, one obvious ones would be for world bosses to be more involved, right? Because we have world bosses, but they're not particularly, like, integrated into the day-to-day gameplay. So there's a couple of things, right? Like dynamic events would be one. Open world dungeons, like just making the open world have farm areas that are dynamic could be another one. But it's like, the problem with putting anything on those maps outside of rifting times is that you're basically just giving free food for bots. So it's a bit of a slippery slope. Oh, the rift is open. Maybe I should switch to my sorc to go do kill dungeons on the other side.
Proceed towards the final.
teleport in Sanctum. I mean, that only happened when like GMs were teleporting people inside, right? I was like, new players, yeah. I mean, stuff like, you know, Guild Wars 2's dynamic events or Final Fantasy 14's fates, like stuff like that, would be like easy solutions, I guess. Okay. I'll go take the rift on my sorc and do some sealed dungeons. The thing is, I also think they kind of missed the mark with the exploration content not having any replayability, to be honest. Like, the fact that Steel Dungeons, you never interact with them ever again, Strongholds either, like, all of the quests, so on and so forth, there's just nothing. You just have nothing to do on the open world maps outside of the duties. And these are just done within 3 minutes, and most people don't even do them. I think I've taken the Stigma quest already, so I guess I can just go. Aren't there supposed to be rifts open up? And hello, King. And King, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Oh, it's there. Enjoy the emotes. Where's where you going? I mean, they could have like hosted dynamic events with those, to be honest. But again, I just don't know exactly what they want to do with the open world in this game. I don't know if they necessarily want them to be active, because like this is very much a dungeon crawler type game, right? So it is what it is. Also, it's pretty hard to make the... It's pretty difficult to make the open world active in this game, considering everything is so instant. You can teleport everywhere, there's instant travel everywhere, you can fly above everything, right? So even if you put stuff on the map, it's just going to be a matter of people teleporting from event to event, right? So... like, ultimately, as long as they just make rifting relevant again, I don't think they need to do... I don't think they necessarily need to be doing much more with the open world. The choice of having a few things to do at any given time in the open world will help the game. Yeah, I mean, I think like the idea of the infinite grind in open world is reserved to the Abyss right now, and I don't know, again, because of the whole bot situation, I don't know if they want to do that on the main maps. If 5 minutes in front of you, you're not wrong. I do think the open world would be a bit more alive if they gave us some sort of way to be warned when the world boss is about to spawn. I think more people would be doing the world bosses in the open world if they didn't have to like manually check if a boss was about to spawn, because they die instantly, right? It's a bit of a hassle. go a long way. I mean, we already have the mini hubs, right? But yeah, I don't disagree. Having an actual main hub would be nice. On global drop, you should level your main character to 22, and then make a bunch of ults to 22, and then you can get a bunch of resources to Kina. Is that smart? I mean, the thing about getting characters to 22 is that that's when you start building dungeon energy, right? So if you plan on making ults, and you want to run dungeons on these ults early on, then yes, you do want to get them to level 22 ASAP before you do anything else. Just so they build energy faster. Or at least they build more dungeon energy before you actually get to run them, right? I don't have flight pods in there, that's so bueno. I don't think I'm gonna have enough. Hold on. Dribbles, potions. Why are they so expensive? Jesus Christ, dude. There you go. But like basically the baseline of setting up a character is that you start building dungeon energy at 22 and you start building nightmare tickets at 45, right? So it's gonna be a balancing act early on to get your ults to 22 ASAP in order to start building dungeon energy on them, as well as getting your main to 45 before the daily reset. Like, you can manage to get all of your characters to 22 and then your main to 45 within the first day, as long as you're being, like, somewhat optimal with it. That's personally gonna be my plan. We have to speedrun all of them. It doesn't take too long. Like, getting a character to 22 takes like an hour and a half, 2 hours at most, if you're, you know, not being the most efficient at it. And then reaching level 45 from 1 to 45 takes around between 6 to 8 hours on like the global release. Again, depending on how efficient you are. So let's say if you're playing 4 characters, right? Initial setup to 22 is going to take you like 8 hours. And then it's going to take you like 6 additional hours, so 14 hours to get everything set up on 4 characters. And then if you want to set 8, it's basically going to take you like, not quite, but almost a full 24 hours to set up everything between the 22s and 45s, right? So it is definitely doable, even if you're not like completely efficient with it. Like you might go insane doing so much MSQ at the same time, but it is definitely possible. Cleric relevant in solo abyss 1vx similar gear? Not really. It's definitely not the best class for that, especially not for abyss roaming. Cleric is really good for group PvP though, but for solo PvP it's not the best. And the main 2 ults? Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously your mileage may vary, but it's just a matter of like a balancing act between getting characters to 22 to build more dungeon energy and getting your main to 45 in time before the first reset to get your nightmare tickets, right? Like, you can just do whatever it takes to manage that. Although to be fair, the nightmare tickets are honestly less important, because ultimately once you reach Z-kill, that's the end of the line, right? So even if you lose 1 day on it, it's not the end of the world. Whereas losing dungeon energy is like kind of sucks for early setup. Yeah, exactly, bedroom. That's kind of the angle, right? Just like put a movie, put a stream on the side or something, and just like fucking send it. These are so slow. I mean, for me, I'm just gonna be doing it and talking to chat. Like the first day is just going to be like doing the early MSQ on repeat, right? Essentially. Up until Crow Cave, and then disconnect. Next character. And repeat. I would say is the only thing that Ion is lacking right now. I mean, there's a couple of things, to be honest. Like, the game is good, but it's not perfect. I think it's lacking a pinnacle raid, right? I think, as you said, it's lacking more open world content. It depends on what you mean by lacking. It's added tomorrow around redraw sentences of stonks up to 200%. Well, okay, then you kind of have to look at it through the lens of more of the general public. Definitely, I think the stuff they are currently developing with like the housing, the fishing, like stuff like that, I think people will definitely like that once it's there. What class would you qualify the best for PvX Abyss? Depends, do you mean solo roaming or do you mean for ZVZ? If you mean solo roaming, Gladiator is like, it's just the best class in the game right now. If you mean for ZVZ, then the best all-rounder is probably either Ranger or SM. But again, balance is what it is right now and it's gonna change, so. If we're fighting factions for world bosses and playing Sin, do I get only ranked versus all other Sins in my faction? Yes. Because the only victor of the loot is the faction that gets the last hit. The other faction has zero contribution, unless they get the last hit, right? Like, they have it set up this way, so this way, even if you're getting, like, overpowered, you still have a chance at getting the boss. I also think they had the right idea with the cubes, but they could have like used the cubes a bit better.
Our sacred spectre! Ishtar, redeem us!
Inferno moment. Do you have any idea how Ion is doing in Korea? It's doing pretty hot, honestly. Like, talking to people who play over there, it's doing pretty well. Obviously, like, it has the usual decay of a game, especially because the content pacing has slowed down a bit. But it's doing pretty well. How is it comparing to Lost Ark and Maple? I wouldn't be able to tell you exact numbers. I'm just telling you that the game is pretty popular. I don't think anything can trump the Maple story in Korea. Like, I think Maple story is just, it's this country's fucking RuneScape. You know what I mean? Lost Ark. Honestly, I'm not familiar enough with the game to be able to tell you. I know it's still pretty popular in Korea, though. Sorc Loki looks fun. Yeah. I mean, so far, like, the loop of Sorc is, like, pretty... It's basically entirely centered around juicing Hellfire. And spamming it as much as possible. At least, as far as I can tell, right? Again, it's kind of similar to Ranger in many aspects. Because, you know, Ranger really wants a deadshot, but Ranger has less, is less focused on resetting deadshot specifically, compared to, like, just resetting its entire kit and just maintaining buffs. Also, you have a bit more agency on putting down your ground debuffs to juice up your stuff, right? Like on Ranger, you're just spamming Griffin Arrow because, you know, just put it as part of your rotation. It's not that big of a deal. On Sorc, you kind of want Firewall and Frost to be on the... to use it manually, right? Hello, Seb. Does the base grind give AP per kill? Yeah, like grinding mobs and players gives you AP that is part of the AP cap, with the AP allowances. Is it possible to RMT an Ion? Is there a punishment for it? I mean, illegal RMT is always going to be possible in any game, so yeah. But this one, obviously, there's risk tied to doing that. There is legal RMT, though. Like, there's currency conversion in this game. Hello, H4. Hello, Elec. Oh my god. Sorc how's the class these days? Remember being very low tier. Sorc is doing pretty good, honestly. I mean, this Sorc is pretty fresh, right? So obviously I'm not doing anything too involved, but yeah, the class is in a pretty good spot right now. Overall. And Seb, thanks for the prime. Big resub, appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm just getting this all of the characters of every class is set up like above 3k eye level. Just you know, doing my due diligence on baseline Arcada setup, just so I get a good idea of the classic and start looking at Korean resources and everything to like get a good grasp. And then I'm updating, I'm keeping class resources for every class up to date on my Discord. For like skill setup, stigma setup, macro setup, you know, the works. But I don't want to just blindly put an MF4K. Thanks to the tier 1, big resub as well. Appreciate it. But I just don't want to blindly follow like a guide in Korea and just like dump resources that another guy did. I want to understand what I'm putting down, so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. And hello, Civilian. You know who had one? Yeah. And I recently added the class resources for every class. Because like everyone keep asking me, when are you going to make a guide for this class? When are you going to make a guide for this class? was the macro setup for this class. But the thing is, making videos for these is just a waste of time because the game changes too fast. Like, I would end up making a video and it would be irrelevant a week later. So I just prefer to have it set up in a text form on the Discord, so this way I can just like update it without having to do anything. And also it makes it possible to make it a community effort, because this way people can just ping me and be like, okay, this has changed, so this is better now, right? So yeah. Is Discord subs only? No, you can just exclamation mark Discord and join. I don't gatekeep any of my information, and I never will. Like, people who put paywall on fucking game guides need to be fucking hanged. Be fucking real, dude. It's a fucking video game.
We need to...
What other classes you've been enjoying the most except Cleric? Honestly, every class has felt pretty similar. Gladiator is just some dumb fun. Same for Ranger, right? Other than that, yeah. There's just no class I dislike. The only class I kind of dislike is Assassin, because I think the class is built like shit. Oh, you're the goat? No, I'm just acting normal, that's all. Like, there's more to it than life than trying to milk people for money, you know? Guessing.
Trespasser, die!
Fucking default portrait, man. I remember this one. I remember now. There's gonna be a boss now, right?
Shall we see which fool has stumbled into the trap this time?
You did it.
Right. I don't really want to do all of the strongholds per se, because I'm not going to exceed just the baseline gold on the belt, right? But might as well do a couple. I need to do the quest all the way over there. I do like Steel Barrier though. Like, some people use the stagger skill. I guess that's fair for like light content. Like, an argument can be made for both. Like, for something like Cleric, for example, I think I would prefer Steel Barrier though.
Have we been caught already? You won't catch me here.
I'll just do the ones on the way. This one has the non-mental boss, right? Doing Cleric also? I mean, Cleric's fun, right? Like, I'm not... The thing is, I'm not completely going away from Cleric. I will definitely make an old Cleric. And, like, if they change the dynamic of the class a bit, like, there's a non-zero chance I could be playing it. It's just going to depend on the changes they make on the 26th, to be honest. Like... I don't know how drastic it's gonna be. But again, just based on the fact that they're giving us so many fucking card resources with the event this week, like, yeah, it's probably gonna be like quite drastic, I reckon. Are they going to nerf macros? They're not going to get rid of macros entirely, they just want to lessen the reliance on them, basically. Like, put more player agency into during your rotation. Whatever that means. Real class identity? Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, the problem of class identity is not really something that is present for the support classes. Like, purely talking about, you know, class identity, right? It's mostly the DPS classes that pretty much all look alike. Like, they have some gimmicks and stuff like that, but for the most part, they're just kind of identical, right? And they play the same. Like, for instance, I think Cleric is probably the class that plays the most differently compared to other classes overall, right? Not to say that the Cleric gameplay is particularly enticing or anything, but there's the fact that you can't macro your support buttons already gives it an edge over DPS classes. In PvP, dispel PvE. I don't think AION2 was perfect in that regard. Like, I think the fear stuff in PvP was just fucking dumb. But I mean, I get what you mean. Like, I guess you can make the argument of Cleric versus Channer, where they both basically have the same buffs nowadays, right? But the thing is, it's pretty difficult to make them distinct and desirable separately from each other without shunning one compared to another in all content, without making them similar to some extent, right? So pretty much the same. SM is different. I mean, SM still boils down to it's just a DPS class. You just hold down the macro and maybe you have like 1 or 2 contextual buttons, and like that's the end of that, right? Like every DPS class is like that pretty much. And bad that all classes kind of play the same. I mean, you can look at it multiple ways, right? It makes everything pretty plug and play, and ultimately, like most modern MMO kind of take that route. But I mean, for me personally, I would just significantly prefer if classes played differently. And thanks for the sub, Soul. Appreciate it. Sorc or SM and go Alchemy is a good start. Ultimately, you're just going to level up every craft, regardless of the class. I wouldn't focus on leveling a craft until you're done with your initial setup. You're not going to be crafting stuff on the way to leveling. You're mostly going to be crafting stuff for like your endgame day-to-day stuff. Like Alchemy is mostly going to be for potions, mana, and scrolls. Like, obviously, you'll use it to to craft your book and orb eventually as well, right? But it's not gonna be the first thing that you do. Some good thing, I don't know. Some bad others. I mean, yes and no. When it comes to PvE balance, every class should be kind of in the state they're in right now, which is that every class should be good to do everything, right? And pretty close to each other in performance, because otherwise that's where the gatekeeping starts to come. And you don't want that to happen. So that's why it's pretty hard to balance PvE without some sort of homogenization, right? So, you know, pros and cons ultimately. Like, I think, for example, what they did with Brawler isn't too bad, in the sense that the class does have an identity. And now, it's not to say that it's the best idea, but they made it a front attacker with a gauge, right? And ultimately, the class performs pretty close to other classes DPS-wise. It just plays different. Now, a lot of people fucking hate it, and it is what it is, right? But that is one way to do it, I guess. Have like different classes be reliant on different positioning and have gauge management. But you will need some sort of homogenization within classes of the same archetype. Otherwise you end up with I mean, you end up with Throne and Liberty, right? Which you don't want to end up with Throne and Liberty. That's what Lost Ark does. Yeah, I mean, that's what Final Fantasy XIV does as well, right? Again, it's just modern PvE MMO design, homogenization, but you still keep the gameplay slightly different by having some sort of resource management. Like, that's one thing that AION2 is kind of fallen victim to. It's that there's absolutely no resource management whatsoever. The MP bar is completely cosmetic for every class nowadays, and Brawler is the only one with a gauge. So that would be one direction they could take. Is just like removing MP entirely and making every class simply have its own gauge instead. Similar to Brawler. But again, then you fall into the pitfall of, oh, but then every class is Brawler now. So yeah. You could also make the gauge unique, right? Just not be a point base, but be like a specific resource base. Like, oh, you use this, so you can use this skill one time, stuff like that. Have a resource build over time, one that builds when attacking. That's different stuff they can do. On before release. I mean, that can be said of many things about the game. I mean, ultimately, at least they're updating stuff, right? So it's not like, at least they're not scared of making pretty drastic shifts. For better or for worse, right? But personally, I prefer that over having a stale meta for like years, just because they're scared of changing stuff. Did you redo your genius? I heard max attack is hot right now. Some people are saying that max attack is hot. I'm still of the opinion that I mean, the test that I ran, like attack bonus with the current state of percent attack multipliers that we have, like attack bonus on actual content, not dummies, but actual content was just performing better. So I don't know. I mean, even if there's a difference, it's probably a very minute one between attack bonus and max attack. So I would rather like go on attack bonus, since attack bonus also impacts heals, right? So make every class Final Fantasy XIV Black Mage. I mean, yeah, I guess. Best of all MMOs I've played it, in my opinion. I've heard many people say that. I haven't played it, so I can't necessarily confirm nor deny. But hey, ultimately, I won't be upset if they put in more class identity and more like agency in the buttons that you press, right? Again, in 4 days, we'll see exactly what they mean. It could be a catastrophe. It could be the best thing that has ever happened to this game. We'll see, right? Either way, things are going to change, and I hope they figure it out before global. Hopefully they cook, yeah. Although I can already tell you some people are going to be upset because I'm not entirely convinced at the way they want to handle it. Like, they said they want to handle the class reworks by batch, which means that some classes are going to be the same old brain dead macro hold on one button, while at the same time some of the classes will have their kit entirely redone. So because of that, there's probably going to people who have their class be redone are probably going to drop in performance because they're going to have to redo their arcanas and figure out how the class plays. So there's probably going to be some amount of gatekeeping happening with the reworked class when they get freshly redone. So just because of that, people are going to complain about it. Even if the rework is good, people will be bitching about it. That's my main complaint right now. I'm not sure about the batch approach. Only good things on accident? Yeah. What defensive skills do the sorc have? Any powerful shield to have return 3 times? You have a shield, you have some life leeching, you have the ice block for PvP. As Cleric, should I focus leveling my healing skills first than DPS or the other way around? A true gamer, I have a priority list on my Cleric resource on my Discord when it comes to like which skill to get to level 20 first. The ice shield is a strong one? Yeah, the ice block is pretty good in PvP. Especially since it doesn't count towards the invuln limitations, right? Like the invuln debuff. Alright, long story short, gamer, like, you're going to prioritize your DPS bread and butter when it comes to leveling them up. And then your healing spells, and then your secondary DPS spells. MP, yeah. Oh yeah, the frost shield, yeah. Yeah, you do have a mana ward as well. Oh, these. I was ready to rumble, man. I buffed up to do tiles. Hell yeah. Every active skill at level phase to 8 to get specialty is smart, right? I mean, early into your leveling progression doesn't matter too much, especially since you can just respec everything at any time, right? But some skills you're just never going to use in PvE. Some skills you're never going to use in PvP, so it just depends. Like, it's more so... It's not so much about that, it's more so about splitting your priorities between your active skills and your passives. Depending on what your class wants to go for. Our sorc, alright. I mean, it's a bit early, right? But so far it's just a run-of-the-mill DPS. Just glad there's a global server in Japan. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I wish I could play on the Japanese server, because the community is probably going to be a lot less obnoxious compared to the global one, but you know. Not completely doomed with ping. You mean sorc? Yeah, I mean, it's very because it's so centric around Hellfire and Bitter Cold. I guess it's slightly better on that front. Would be a problem, yeah. If you're playing for like from like Australia or something, yeah, just fucking go Japan, honestly. You'll be better off in just about every single way. I'm ping will play with 30 something because the server's on Korea. I mean, the difference isn't that big. Like, yeah, it's going to impact your DPS a little bit, but in terms of gameplay, it's not going to be very relevant, right? And everyone's going to be on the same... I mean, there's probably going to be some Korean Smurfs, right? To be fair, but I think they're going to be few and far between, to be honest. Hello, Locke. Do you think Sorc better in DPS than Sam? I think both are pretty close to each other right now, in terms of performance in PvE. I think both are doing pretty good, though. Especially on longer fights. It's always the last one. Always. Quickly show us how to set up the sorc sales. I'm just kind of already struggling. I mean, I will eventually update the sorc results right now, guys. Because I mean, right now I'm just running stuff that makes sense to me. I don't know if it's the best, but I can show you, I guess. Do you level this character with the growth coin, or is it vanilla? It's vanilla. My growth coin went towards my ranger. But like, this is how I have my bar set up right now. And this is the macro. And I have a mouse macro that just that also spams the auto attack with all of these. And I use these two manually. Doesn't work for me. I mean, what I have set up right now works for me on hyping. But I don't know if it's necessarily optimal. And also I'm using this manually on bosses specifically. Like Firewall and the Ground Frost effects. Because like putting them down for trash mobs just useless. And yeah, every time I engage a boss, I just manually put them down. Skill levels. I mean, I don't have... This character is still staying up, right? So my skill levels are not set up yet. Add a relics. That's part of the stuff I want to figure out before I update the results channel. Although it seems somewhat obvious. Hello, Gucci.
I'm going to get rich with these rare plants.
Right. 16 minutes left. I mean, we are being pretty efficient with the time so far. Not bad. Want to push a vanilla character to no, it's a tough grind. I mean, if you're doing it from scratch without any idea what to do, it's gonna be a bit tough, yes. Because I mean, if you're doing it like me, where I have the sub, right, and I can grind Kina on other characters and so on and so forth, it wouldn't be difficult, right? If this is your first character and like you're playing free to play, there's definitely gonna be like the 200k to 270k is definitely gonna be a pain in the ass. Like, if I wanted to push this to Elfman and Morheim, it would be... I could do it within the day. With my main. By just, like, spending a bit of Kina, crafting a few things. It wouldn't be too bad. Get some Pantheons. I take a single, so I don't want to waste time. I mean, again, like... Make sure to grab the free battle pass, the one that gives you like a basic set of gear with Arcanas. Like, get that. Like, do all of your exploration content. Get some cheap Pantheon painting, especially ones that give Wisdom and Illusion from the auction house. Do Nightmare. If you can do Kaisenil, that's ideal, but you can just settle down with Zikil if you really can't until you get a bit more power. Get some crafted accessories. Do your Ludrus. You get some armor upgrades as well as soulbind stones, and with those stones get better soulbinds for offense, like, you know, getting your usual damage boost, combat speed, weapon damage boost, etc. on your weapons and guards. Level up the soulbind levels on these, same with the armor, right? Same with the accessories, get some good skills on them. And if you do that, you should be close to 270k to be able to access the areas. I think this is the last one though, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Pro support. I mean, he's specifically asking for the vanilla way without the growth support. Because you can only get so many, right? Like for me, I used it on my ranger, so all of my other characters have to be leveled up without it. But like, I just have the Karma shit that's given. Oh, and also get your brooches. Like, level handicrafting to 40, get both of your brooches, get them to plus 11. Like, pad your eye level and combat power as much as you can with mana stones as well, once you start getting like slightly better gear. Like, Ludra is going to be the big one as well, because at least getting gold bracelets is going to be essential to your combat power. But there's going to be a bit of gating here happening until you get these. I mean, the quest hasn't been completed. Well, beneficial to try and buy the 108 gear. What do you mean by the 108 gear? Like Horned Dragon? I mean, that's a bit steep to get. Like, you don't need to get that to get them to Arlen and Morheim. Like, again, you can make the baseline crafted accessories. They're gonna be pretty cheap to make, and they will get your combat power up, right? Like, you may have to get accessories, weaponry, and guard to Diamond 2. That's gonna be fairly cheap, and that's going to give you a lot of combat power, right? It just depends on what stage you're at and like what gear you got from Ludra. But like, you just want to focus on PvE power, because you're gonna need to get okay stats to get to 270k. Keep 108 gear on the auction house. The thing is, the eye level of the gear doesn't matter. It's the actual stats on them that matters, right? So it's going to be the soul binds that you want to focus on. Okay, I mean, I can show you what I have on my Channer, for example. Like what allowed my Channer to get to Morheim and Elton once I'm done with this rift. But there's really just that last final bridge that you're gonna need to gap. Like, between 230 and 270k is gonna be where you're gonna need to start actually enhancing stuff, getting some Pantheon items, like stuff like that, right? Like, spending a little bit of Kina on the character in order to you know, push it. And yeah, no problem. Like, again, I'm probably not going to do that on this character. Like, I just want to get it to eye level 3k just to get to Central Abyss for corridors. And also to be able to set it up like some baseline, get some Arcanas, right? I have 20 million to spend on this character. Could be doable. I didn't spend too much on my channel. I mean, I made 2 crafted rings with the bound mats, and I got those to Diamond 2. Which, I mean, that cost me combined probably around 20 mil. Obviously, I spent a bit more because, you know, I also bought some Pantheon, but yeah, 20, 30 mil should be doable, depending on your starting point, yeah. Like, the thing is, the main thing is that you kind of have to not be too afraid of spending a little bit of money on it, because once you get your character to Moheim and Eltman, it's going to be pretty easy to push it like past 350k, like around that, by reaching level 50, getting the pendant, etc, and that's going to allow you to do Corroded, which is going to get you like over 10 mil per week, just by opening the chest. With like minimal effort, so... Like, your money will be made back. How much are orange crafted gear? It's probably on the cheaper side nowadays. It's probably around like... It's between 100 and 200 mil probably per piece. Something like that. I can check. Yeah, 160 mil for earrings. 111 for like the regular rings. 230 the chest, 180 legs. It's not too bad. What is the cheapest way to get combat power to Elven Moheim when your gear are just full Diamond 3? Or 3-star plus 10. Right. I mean, again, I can just show you what my channel has. That was kind of baseline to get in there once I'm done with this rift. But again, it's just getting PvE offensive stats. That's all there is to it, right? Combat power is PvE offensive stats. So it's gonna be like getting a better Genus, having a good Pantheon, getting some crafted accessories, like enhancing accessories and weaponry, getting offensive soulbinds on your armor, like stuff like that. On Taiwan right now, you're better buying the crafted stuff rather than craft it yourself. I mean, it depends, like... If you have bound mats, going the crafted route can be interesting depending on how many you have. Like, I went the self-craft route for everything, just because of bound mats. Especially since Horned Dragon has a guaranteed crafting path now. Maxing your armor pieces too. I mean, I have Lava Heart, and I wouldn't be getting more power if I got Horned Dragon. Because it would require me to get Nemesis Dragon, which would not get me additional stats, because Cleric only has 2 offensive passives. So like, getting Splendid Nemesis would legit give me nothing, outside of like a bit of useless idle. No more crazy crafting procs in the game. I mean, procs are still involved, but you have you have crafting path that can't fail now. When 5-starring your red gear gives you a lot of combat power. Not really. Because it gives you defense and HP. It gives you a bit of combat power, it doesn't give you like a ton. It gives you a lot of eye level. But like the bulk of the combat power on armor comes from the soul binds. Not so much the enhancement. Like, in terms of enhancement, like accessories, weapon, and guard is the biggest return on investment when it comes to command power. Find the treasure in... Finished all my game about Steam sales. I cannot fucking wait for Iron to drop. Damn. That bad, huh? I mean, I get it. I mean, at this point, you're like a month and a week away. We're almost there, right? Speaking of... I don't know, man. I don't know, chat. Like, I have so many fucking videos to make in such a little amount of time. It's way on me. Like, I released the Honden video yesterday. Like, I basically did all of it yesterday. Like, writing, recording, cutting, mixing, editing. I did all of it, like, in a day. And I'm gonna have to do that, like, fucking 7 more times. And then I'm gonna have to make the fucking system, guys. Like, ugh. Goodness. I'm stuck at 600k now. It's crazy. I mean, again, it's all about getting PvE offensive stats, right? There's always a path. What software do you use? You mean for editing? Child could be just know how to resource though. I mean, if you just run ults that do Ascension Trial, you will never have any problem with enhancement material. I use Vegas. Get it. You got it? Surely. And so some skin on the back, it's going to be a good game on global. Yeah, we'll see. Trials are very limited. You mean Ascension Trial? It's 3 per character per week. You're getting hundreds of thousands of stones if you have a couple of ults. Like, if you sit your ults at like 3k eye level, you can do the 2.5k one. It's gonna be very easy. It's gonna get you like 24k stones per run, per character. It's only 1 month, 1 week. You also only 7 sessions. Yeah, I know. Hello, Jinka. Use ults to farm Ascension, then craft enhancement stones. I mean, you don't have to craft them. You can just like move the piece of gear to the ult and then enhance your gear with that. But I mean, these days I'm not really doing that so much. I'm just crafting amplifications because I don't have anything raw to enhance on my main anymore. So yeah. Yeah, you can't send the enhancement material, but you can move the piece of gear to the ult to enhance. Which is also one way to use bound key on an ult. Because then you can use that bound key to enhance a piece of gear. The genius account wide or per character, it's server wide. And the same for feathers. Will the drop Taiwan when global launches, or will we play both? I'm mostly going to be dropping Taiwan. I'm probably going to check out content drops though. Yeah, you move the gear over, yeah. And then you can enhance it. Going to time to global? Nah. Of course not. That would be catastrophic if you could. I haven't done the last Ascension trial have I on this character. You know. Right. 1 minute left. Can I make it? I mean, if it's not a tile like Guild Dungeon, maybe I could. Ults are big. Yeah. Ults definitely help a lot. on like very different levels. Like even if you don't want to invest anything into them, they're still going to get you a lot. Ancient Global early on with duplication of mats and stuff. I mean, that's for NCSoft to figure out, to be honest. I mean, the game should be in a stable enough state when it gets there, right? It's been out for like almost a year in Taiwan and Korea, so... Okay, well, never mind. I still can't do this one, so I guess that's GG's. Oh, not too bad, though. Not too bad. Did all my quests and a bunch of dungeons. 58 stones. On Taiwan launch. I don't think we had too many duping incidents in this game. Like, we had one when Chapter 1 launched, right? But again, that's for NCSoft to manage, right? So, good luck to them. High level gear doesn't have high thresholds of stats on them. They do, but it depends. Like, for example, Splendent crafted gear doesn't have higher stats on the soul binds compared to the non-splendent version, for example. It only has higher base stats. Which is why, like, getting Splendent crafted armor versus lava armor doesn't really get you anything except for the extra soul bind, which not every class will care about. How do you get the 2 golden rings? What, these? It's just from the free battle pass. Is the kine management throughout the way to make big progress? It's going to help, especially early on. I mean, broadly speaking, you just get kine from running content, right? Like, the bulk of your kine will come from your main. Don't get it on global, is it Lost Cause? I don't think the presets are going to be... I don't think you're going to be able to import presets from the different regions. But we'll see, right? But I don't think you will. Concentration is good. Do we have any flame robes? Oh, flame. Better shot, flame arrow, critical, I'll take that. Thanks for the follow. ADR. Mainly want to focus on Hellfire and critical than those. Or invest into anything else. Thanks for the follow, Ramu. Fire. To buy one as well, you can't even see any of the sliders they use. Yeah, also I've heard. I mean, I haven't gotten any personally. Yeah, no. That's what I've heard. Hellfire. Level 16 on that. Alright. Flames. Can you max out the Davanian? Not fully right now because we are missing some of the Elfnet and Morheim Steel dungeons. But not quite. You can get all of the major nodes though. I don't think there's any more Robo Flames. I mean, either way I only have one, so just grab the attack bonus. Are they going to allow us to transfer our current characters here? No. Did I sell the mat, or is it something else? Ooh. Money. Love to see that. Love that for me. Okay, so... I have to return these. And then I do still have some regionals to do. Is the UCL Merchant Devenir a global launch as well? These got introduced in Season 2 and 3, so probably not. Probably just going to be REL. That's it. This one. I still need to enter a rift from this region. I forgot about that. What about later on? You're never going to be able to transfer characters from Korea and Taiwan to global. That will never happen. Yeah, it would just be like bad for the game on top of everything else. Gonna be crazy money, right? Early on, yeah, kinda. I mean, we'll have to see if they introduce the seasonals that give you a bunch of RL crystals as well. Whether they do it early or not. Point for the release, I feel like right now nothing. I mean, in 4 days, right? Like, Gamescom is in 4 days, so we should be getting more news. So yeah, surely they're going to actually like introduce proper news. Hello Riazi. From Germany I will visit. Alright. Godspeed. Yeah. Like, that next week is going to have a lot of information for us. Like, it's going to be the mix of the big patch on the 26th, as well as the Gamescom information. So, well, there's going to be a lot. Of course, I'll be posting recaps and patch notes video as usual, so.
For those who light the flame. You have lit the flame.
What about you? Are you staying here or are you going to move? Yeah, I'm going to global, of course.
Satisfies. You shall
Going to rush content so we catch up to Korean Taiwan. I mean, having a sped up schedule is not unheard of, right?
You found the answer. It is show your strength.
Alright.
Please take Odar's essence.
Ultimately, like, we do want to catch up with Taiwan and Korea eventually, because if we don't, then we'll never have content feel fresh, right? We'll never prog anything. I'll probably just do that.
There you are. Come this way.
Life is always a bummer. Yeah, exactly. So eventually, I do hope to some extent we'll have a sped up schedule. Like, it's obvious to me they're going to slow down development in Korean Taiwan anyways, so it's going to make it easier to eventually catch up, but yeah. They haven't really spoken on anything about that, as of yet at least. So drops you get from dungeon stuff, right? I mean, they can very easily just tailor drop rates alongside a sped up schedule, right? As well as give us events and stuff like that to help. It's not a matter of whether they can do it, they can, right? It's a matter of like, do they want to do it? They also could have combined seasons, but they haven't really said anything about that yet. How long does a season usually last? It's 2 to 2.5 months. Like, season 1 was 2 months. And season 2 and 3 were 2.5. Chapter 1 has been
You're back.
a bit more stretched out. New gear every 2 months? Yeah. New batch of content, new progression, new graphs. Although, like, the way they've been doing it since Season 2 is that they gradually introduce the season's content, right? So they introduce a Conquest dungeon first, and then they introduce a Transcendence, and then they introduce the raid later, right? So there's basically like a constant stream of content, basically. Just move or stay. Just move. I1 is just meant to be a test server, especially if you have high ping on it. Just move. You'll have a significantly more fun on global. So season will get a sanctuary, yes. Every season so far has had 2 dungeons, at least 1 transcendence, and 1 sanctuary. Plus, yeah, additional new stuff.
Intruder, you won't get away.
Weapons out early in the season? No, the weapons are typically introduced with the sanctuary, both for crafted and like the extendables.
Don't get in my way.
The move was already dead.
I don't get touched.
Like, the way they have it set up right now is a bit different to how it was in the early seasons. Like, the way they do it right now is they introduce the upgrade material to upgrade the current crafted weapon and the new extendable weapons with the sanctuary right before the season rollover. And then they introduce the upgrades for the armor and the accessories with the conquest in the next season. Like, the sanctuary basically introduces the next season's weapons, like, a bit early. If that makes sense. Other people say to drop the accessories on the new conquest. You just have a very, very small chance every time you kill a dungeon boss for anything from its loot table to drop on the ground, and then one guy can pick it up. It's an infinitely, like, small chance, but it can happen. And then that version is tradable. Like, personally, I have never been lucky enough to get one of those. But it happens. Think of those like your regular drops from AION2. Remember how much the new crafted weapons were at the start of the season? The new crafted weapons, I mean, the thing is, they required the mats from Sanctuary, right? So, you know, people had to clear them to sell the mats, but they were very, very expensive because there was, like, very few. Like, the Nemesis weapons can't be sold on the auction house. It's only, like, part of the materials that can be. by dropping them from as a BOE from the raid. So if you mean those, yeah. If you mean the Horn Dragon ones, they were like early on. I mean, depends on how early you mean, because they were available from the beginning of season 1. The expensive ones, yeah. Nemesis is above Horn, but if you mean the one that you can straight up put on the auction house, I'm trying to remember how much they were at the beginning of season 1. There was something stupid, like... They were like 2 bill or something in season 1. We get those on the first season. If they handle season 1 the same way they did in Korea and Taiwan, which I still have my doubts about that, because it's pretty clear they regretted the way they did season 1, right? They just released too much too early in season 1. Then yeah, it would make more sense for the map to be made available in season 2 though, with the second sanctuary. Yeah, the Horn Dragon, like level 108 orange weapon was available in season 1. Again, past days, one level 9 class just trying to soak up all the information and sharing. I'm glad you're liking the content. Do you think it's a good idea to do gathering crafting early on global? Not really. Like, basically you want to just completely skip gathering and you want to level up your crafts when you're sleeping. Just like full send a huge batch of level 1 crafts while you're sleeping to level up. And focus on the crafts that are actually going to get you something, aka handicrafting early on is going to be very important because you want to make your accessories ASAP. So that's going to be the first one you'll be leveling up, for example. That's right now, ever more, yeah. Yeah, I just hope they're going to manage season 1 a bit better. And just move shit around. And also release Ludra like after a few weeks after release. So this way people don't feel pressed to rush.
I should pass this letter on.
That's smart. I mean, yeah, that's just the best way to go about it. Because the amount of XP you get, like there's no diminishing, right? So as long as you keep crafting like the level 1 craft, you're gonna keep leveling up. And if you sleep for like fucking 10 hours or something, like after, like, let's say the first day you go hard 24 hours, you're just fucking checked out, you just sleep for 10 hours, you just leave a bunch of craft, you're gonna be max level. Like, I mean, you're gonna be max novice, and then you do that the next night to reach max professional. And that's that, right? How's the targeting in the game? Easy? It's alright. Not much of a problem, yeah, honestly. I use the tap targeting mode, like there's an action mode that some people are saying the targeting is very good for the action mode, but for the tap targeting one, it's pretty run-of-the-mill. I should probably do the drop near quest actually. Finish that. I think I need to do it before the last Ascension trial, right? So. Oh, I'll do it. Those level 1 crafts don't get you from 0 to 50 professional 1 group. Yeah. But you know, you might as well like use your napping time to do that anyways. How exactly would you would someone put the crafting while sleeping if possible you could show? You can just oh, also I forgot to show you, hold on actually. First of all, let me show you what gear my Chandra has right now that I reached Mohammed Elven with. I forgot to show you that. And for the crafting, you can just like send a batch of 1,000 crafts. With the highest tier one, you can just level 1 craft in bulk. You can just like spam whatever craft you want and you'll get XP and eventually get there. Obviously doing high level craft is going to get you there faster, but yeah. Any mats on the market until bot comes. I mean, the material that the level 1 craft takes in handicrafting is stuff that is dropped from mobs. Like, you get a huge bulk just by playing the game. So there's gonna be a bunch in the auction house. Right, yeah. This is the gear I have on my channel right now, and like this is pretty much what I got into Elden and Moheim with. You can just like replay the stream later, I guess. Obviously, you don't need all of that orange gear. Like, quite frankly, to get combat power, orange gear is not the best way. Getting yellow gear with perfect soul binds and then leveling up the soul binds is like the way to go. Yeah, like this character is 356k right now. This. You need lots of it. You don't need that many, genuinely. Like getting 0 to level 1 professional is going to take like, I think it's, I want to say 600 crafts. It's not too bad. How much is suitable combat power amount for level 50 to handle all content? You don't need more than 750 to do everything. On the low end, 650. Like if you have low ping and you have a pre-made that knows what they're doing, 650 is enough. 750 is going to get you into everything comfortably.
Deal with all the claw janitors, crew.
Like if we're talking about just the combat power required to do content. Like nothing in the game requires you to be 900. Like absolutely fucking nothing.
There are centuries up ahead.
The power level in this game goes way higher than what the content actually requires. 50k for PvE. To do everything, yeah. Like if you want to do like a transcendence, like the latest transcendence at level 4, like yeah, 750.
There is a Kibboleth here.
Without getting carried, right? I'm talking if the entire group was 750, that would be enough.
Bind with the Kibboleth before going farther, crew.
Like Clerics hard mode is like 650. Oh, I have to bind with the Kibboleth case. Would it be smart to park the latest content and then sell everything after? I wouldn't sell anything on week 1 on global, because everything's gonna be cheap as shit. Rip. According to Party Finder, every good content game requires 800k. Now, according to PF, everything requires 1 million actually. Even normal mode dungeons.
It's better to deal with Abattoir first.
Logging into the game requires 1 million actually.
It's open. Jump down, crew. Trust me, it's safe.
I wonder how they fucked up the mount pathing the other day. That's such a weird thing to fuck up.
I know a shortcut, crew. Go to the red bind with the Kibboleth and ride the up.
They probably reversed some pathing files between different regions, or what happened. Which kind of tells me that they started adding new. You know what it is? They probably started adding new region data on the server side, but not the client side. That's what fucked it up. So we're probably gonna get like a big drop soon. We messed with the IDs. Right, like you can make an argument for high combat power to do level 16 ordeal specifically. That one, like having an 850k full group like actually juiced might be required to be in time. That is very specific, very niche, very useless. Even level 15 is going to require a lot less, and you're not gonna be able to buy anything more from the shop, like, to be honest. Second part of the second map in season 4, yeah. Having crazy world combat powers for standing around looking good, yeah, pretty much. It's like clearing the dungeon a bit faster type shit. But it doesn't actually allow you to clear content. The requirements to clear content in this game are pretty low. Any idea for Pandemonium and Sanctum release date? They haven't said anything. Like out of all of the stuff they have mentioned, like we know fishing is going to be coming. Actually, no, it's housing is going to be coming first. Slightly higher combat power? No. All of the endgame stuff is not solvable because all of the endgame stuff, whoops, all of the endgame stuff has like mechanics that require other group members, and you won't have enough DPS to be able to do them solo.
Be careful! Jump over the waves while maneuvering, group. Use stagger skills on Bakarna, group.
Expedition Conquest. Wow, you have to do the stagger for this? That's crazy. Yeah, like, let's say if you do the latest, whatchamacallit, the latest conquest, so ATL on hard mode, solo, even if you're like 1.1 million combat power, you're not gonna do it. You're gonna die to a stack. Same thing with the Transcendence. Like, all of the dungeons, since a while, have had these gates where you need a group, right? You can't overpower the content by yourself in these. As long as it's relevant. You can be part of a group and fuck up the boss, though. Get some recall times.
The core's will come to the dream crossroad.
Do you think they're going to keep giving updates to Taiwan server as well? Or some global server later on, something like that? Yeah, I mean, the Korean Taiwanese regions are separate from global, like different management, different team, right? They're gonna keep updating the game as normal, and the only difference is that we're going to go through the usual season, the season like progression. Maybe it's gonna be a bit sped up, we don't know. But I reckon we're probably going to get the latest Q, like specifically the QL and balance from the latest patch in Korean Taiwan is probably going to get put into our patch. But for the rest of the time, like Korean Taiwan is going to be getting like regular content release, and then we're just going to be behind pretty much.
I will give only judgment towards those who resist.
I'll keep my Hellfire for icing on. We already have client data for Marcheton, by the way. Like, the Marcheton model with the complete with all of its attack and everything is already in the game, so that's probably coming soon. We didn't play last time, but in last time were you able... Many people did that. I mean, even today, I wouldn't say a single person can carry, because the entire group still needs to do mechanics. Like, you can skip mechanics. If you have a full force of Jewish people, you will be able to overpower some mechanics. I mean, even though Cleric is from the previous season, like, you can't have one guy just skip the entire raid. That's the thing. Like, if you do Cleric's hard mode and you have one guy that is like omega juiced, and the rest of the group that is just like regular, and they don't know mechanics, you will not get past the fight. That's not gonna happen. Now, on something like Ludra, yes, because Ludra is very power crept. Bargot,
Facing the annihilation.
Bargot, you will have to do some stuff, even though Bargot is like is starting to be very, very power crept content at this point.
The future is to up.
And speaking of Bargot, I think we should be doing it on the channel chat. I think I gotta do it before it's too late. Like, it's already the weekend, so. Most of the fucking lobbies got yeah, it's a bit tough right now in current Taiwan if you don't have a pre-made for Clerics. Because they were overgeared. I mean, that happens on this game too, but it's not quite to the extent you're describing right now. Okay. Let's try to find a lobby for this. Probably. What could possibly go wrong? That's a sprout. No intrude. Guess I can try to join that. I'll try this lobby. If it doesn't work out, I'll just make my own. I just sit there for a bit. Bro left his own fucking room. Alright, sure. I'll make my own then. Yeah, I do have to get my growth Odal as well. How's the Taiwan player base right now? I mean, it's still popping. It's just that, you know, it's mostly like mainland China players, and these people are not really interested in playing the game. They just want to pay other people to play the game for them, so it's not the best environment. Siege in 25. I guess you're right, yeah. In Canada and Taiwan, it's not really very difficult to find people to run stuff on Taiwan, so I wouldn't say so. An intrude here. Is it already gone? That's crazy. I can try maybe this. But like my character is like, this character is not yet. I don't really see anyone recruiting it. 148 is the strategy, Kenji. It's the way you position people based on their numbers for the bomb mechanic. Will China play on global too? I mean, there's gonna be some, especially like, but they have announced Chinese, like mainland China specific servers, so they're probably going to focus on that for the most part. Like, some are going to remain on Taiwan, so some will move to the Chinese servers. What do you think about DPS Cleric playing so right now? There's no such thing as DPS Cleric, because you build for offense on Cleric regardless. Like, there's no such thing as a support Cleric, that doesn't exist. Except in PvP, I guess, but... at Arabian. See if they're impatient to get someone, maybe. So you have one slot, get the channel. A heal is a heal, yeah, but you just build for offense on Cleric and PvE, like, regardless. It's pretty, like, straight to the point when it comes to building in this game for PvE. Like... The global feels like a good amount of players. Global is not what will kill Taiwan, because there's very few global players left on Taiwan. The Chinese servers, on the other hand, will likely like reduce its population very drastically, because the overwhelming majority of the player base is Chinese. This guy took me without looking. Hopefully he doesn't look at all. I mean, 22 minutes until siege. Yeah, it's doable if the group fills. If it doesn't, then it is what it is, right? Like, I'll give it until, I guess, 50. And if it doesn't fill, I'll just go do siege. Hello, Tubby. Only missing 3 DPS. Like, we already have double support. I mean, triple support in both groups. I'm not sure how big is the map. I mean, the size of the map is kind of irrelevant. Like, Old Guard and Verderon are pretty big, but once you're done during your exploration content, during your initial, like the initial setup of your character, you kind of don't hang out in them too much, right? Think of it kind of like Final Fantasy XIV. Like, you do the MSQ, you do some like baseline setup stuff, and then you never return to these maps, right? That's how the game is right now. As long as it's going to take to 50 on global. Global is going to be level 45. But getting max level takes like 6 to 8 hours on one character. Like, you just do the MSQ and you hit max level pretty much. Like, full setup of a character is like 6 to 8 hours for max level, and then you add 10 extra hours for the additional setup with like seal dungeons, strongholds, quests, feathers. When will 50 come out? Chapter 1. So it took, was it like 7 months for Korea and Taiwan to get chapter 1? We'll see if we get a sped up schedule on global or not. You built Guild Wars 2? I didn't, no. Chapter 1 is in a season. Chapter 1 is like how they called Season 4. It's essentially Season 4 Part 1 type stuff. Yeah, it's a longer season, basically. They decided to slightly change the structure of content release to like stretch it out a bit. And they called it a season. I mean, they called it a chapter, sorry. I think we'll get the battle pass you guys have running on global, or a different one. We're probably gonna get the exact same ones. Like, we have one cosmetic battle pass and one battle pass that gives you more dungeon energy, and it's probably gonna be the same for global, I reckon. Steam or purple? It depends on a couple of things, like, I mean, I'm just going to call a spade, right? If you plan on doing illegal activity, purple is better. If you just want to play the game normally, Steam is better. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Dungeon Energy one? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the one most people will be getting. I'll be getting both because on global I'm actually going to, like, you know, send it. On Taiwan I wasn't getting any of those. No, I'm not going to buy on ult, because there's no point in buying the dungeon energy on ult. Bunch of stuff, yeah. Also, like, purple has, like, you know, QR code logging and stuff like that, so. You can close purple after launching the game, you can close Steam, so more RAM trade. I mean, that's some min-maxing, because, like, Steam doesn't take that much, but I guess. Although, like, purple does that weird thing where the game is getting launched as an application as part of purple. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the case with Steam too. More run, more gold. Yeah, but getting more dungeon energy on your ults is not necessarily going to be all that interesting, because you're not going to be running like the highest end dungeon. So I mean, I guess if you just pay real money, I'm talking more about like currency conversion to get it, like the return between Kina spent and Kina received. Since you don't really care about the resources themselves, it's kind of whatever. Also diminishing return on the dungeon itself, right? Early access pack on Steam and still play on purple. I think they're separate. I'm not quite sure. It's another purple. It should be the exact same purple. We have a Cleric, so I'm not using him. Not using Power of the Storm on this one. Dual 1 main, yeah. Like, your ults are early on for dungeons are going to be helpful, but your ults are more here for the side setup stuff. Like the Ascension Trials, the corridors, right? Early on they will be useful for dungeons, but after a while it's kind of going to be whatever. How long will it take to get the necessary skill points, stigma points for mandatory skills? Well, the skill points, it's kind of whatever. You'll have enough off rip. It's just you're not going to level up like the useless passives and stuff, right? They're just going to lose some combo power, but not some actual performance. Stigma skills, it's gonna take a few weeks to get everything because of the capped AP, right? Assuming you get 500k AP per week. It's like you need 75 stigma shots per skill, right? And we're gonna have 5 skills. Well, it's not quite right, but I guess whatever. Doesn't matter too much. What do you think of Tanner? Tanner is honestly in a pretty good spot right now. It's not like the uncontested best support for PvE anymore, but it's solid, it's wanted, and it's also like pretty good for PvP. Guess I'll go here. No numbers, no one's taking anything. Alright, well that's GG's. No point. Better than Brawler? I mean, they just do different things. Brawler's a DPS, Channer's a support. Illegal activities, I remember you were saying going to make our account purple. I'm not making my account on purple. But it's mostly for like piloting and stuff like that, that purple is better. Or like to sell your account later on. Purple is same for AION2. I mean, as I said, right, purple is the better platform if you want to do like shady stuff. Steam is the better platform overall for regular players. Still one? Alright, well, I guess I'll stay at one just in case then. Yeah, every class is fine for PvE, like it's just a matter of archetype. I would probably play Channer over Brawler, but that's me, right? Also, Brawler is not going to be available on Global, so there's that. Who's getting one? I'm getting it. Other. Yeah. Way too squishy for what playstyle it has. I mean, it is definitely weird to have a front attacking DPS. Like that, I think that's the one thing that people are really scratching their head at. But I think they just wanted to have a class that wasn't standing at the back, right? Because like everyone is just standing at the back. Playing different classes are really unique in different ways. I mean, it's also enjoyable in this game. It's just that every class is like pretty simple to play, like, and every class within an archetype play pretty similar. I mean, every class in general play pretty similar, to be fair. But yeah, we'll have to see after the patch next week. Does this guy want to take it? Go ahead. One's taking 2. 2 is just fucking roaming around. 8 is on the left side. Like, whatever, man. And this group is not going to clear. I can already tell you. Can play the early access on purple? No, you can. You can buy the early access package on purple. Is there any benefit to have it also the same cast? Nah, not really. There's no such thing as like sharing gear or anything like that, for example. I think they want to kick the number 2 because the guy was just like moving around. I think about the percent drop of heroic items. I haven't gotten any item. I haven't really been getting any problem getting orange look. I mean, on normal mode it's pretty low. On hard mode it's honestly pretty high, which I think is fine. Like hard mode should be more rewarding, right? So I think it's fair. Like, I've gotten the lava set like twice over by spamming hard mode since it came out, so. And then you're gonna be able to get it even easier with the raids. You're 3, dude, you're not 2. A bit slow, but maybe? Okay, that works. I do 150 conquers, never got any items. I mean, again, right? It's if you're doing normal mode, like armor loot on normal mode are definitely a bit low. Up to the lower damage. I mean, you shouldn't be really focusing on that then. Like, if you're like that low, and you're playing normal mode, you should be focusing on like increasing, like bettering your stats. Especially since I'm assuming you have the growth pack, right? So in terms of like your damage output from like armor soulbinds as a Cleric, you're not really penalized from having gold equipment over orange one. It's all about having the right lines and leveling them up, right? And then for the rest, making your crafted accessories and so on and so forth. Like don't tunnel too much on the dungeon oranges, because that's not gonna be what is going to give you the biggest spike of power. I'm kind of taking the slot for 2, so I guess I'm going to go here. Take a few weeks to get into 6, and I would say classes are going to feel chunky for that time. Depends on the class. Some classes definitely will feel incomplete. But it's honestly like the biggest one is going to be the biggest one is going to be the lack of CDR that most classes are going to feel, I think. Like, we're barely going to have any CDR at the beginning, and some classes will definitely suffer from that. I mean, every class is going to kind of feel like shit because of it, but some classes more so than others, yes. Oh boy. Alright, the Cleric's dead too. That's crazy work. Alright. Could have been worse. And possibly even making it time for Siege. As long as we don't spend 50 hours on the final boss. I'll make win Steam if I can sell the account. I think if you plan on selling the account, you should probably play on purple. Like that's kind of my approach on that. Expect to be that easy? Yeah, leveling craft and crafting in general in this game is like very simplistic. You're not going to struggle with it. This new purchase UI is so bad, man. I don't know why they felt compelled to change it. Do have the debuff. There's another guy closing that. Be good. Ooh. Yeah, well, people are going to the right position, so maybe we can one-shot this. DPS is also pretty good. Picking the bottom ones already. I love how everyone is assuming that no one is going to take the back one, so everyone is going there in advance. So funny. That's already over. Really nice. No terrorism, please. One is okay. One is fine. We have the debuff. Ow. 6. That's platform position. Right there. Okay, 2's right, 1's right. We might have this one in the bag. This looks correct. 4 is okay. Yeah, I think we get 7 is a bit awkward, but we don't need 7 right now. Very cool. Look at that, chat. All in a day's works. Speedrun, yeah. Unfortunately, all that it took was kicking the foreigner. You really hate to see it. Yeah, you hate to see them be right, you know? Alright, well, let's move on to the siege situation. Animal Sanctuary plan with Stoops. He did contact me a few days ago. He wants to go again, but I think he's looking for people. So yeah, he said he was going to like let me know when he has the people and when he wants to go. We'll see. I mean, I'm down. Like I want to do shit on these, bro. I wanna go back and hit the worm with these. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Indeed. Lower level. Lower. Yeah, just at the spawn for now. Are we getting camped? Is that what's going on? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, just mostly people waiting at the spawn for now. But I'm definitely doing lower abyss this time though. Feels like Nemon is very much in a lower abyss kind of mood these days. Couple of them going to the middle, I guess. Is there just no videos here? I mean, I'll take it. Well, here they are. And I got 3-0. Alright, very cool. Love that for me. When's the spawn this? Oh, 12 seconds. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's going on here. It just so happened that Argo is about to spawn. I mean, sure, why not? I'm here, so I might as well. I don't really care too much, but... that certainly makes a lot of sense. Wow. Well, that, that didn't last too long. I guess I'll grab the scraps. You're so tanky? Nah, not really. My gear is not up to date anymore. Weren't they supposed to buff the bosses and artifacts? Allegedly, but that shit insta fucking died. Bro lasted all of half a second. Now, to be fair, I do think the power creep in on the Taiwanese server is probably higher than Korea, so I don't know what data they're looking at to be buffing and nerfing stuff, but yeah, like the average player in Taiwan definitely has more gear than Korea. I can tell you that much. Through the power of AION2. Yeah, well, I guess we're just holding dick here. Because there's only this guy from my group that's in. Oh. You guys, there's people coming. You will never believe this. I don't think we have enough people for this, though. Yeah, definitely not. I kind of wish they did the high diva thing, by the way. Like, for people who played 5.1x AION1, I wish for the advanced stigmas, the one that you have to level 25, they give it like a border or something. So this way you can see when someone has the level 25 version of the buff active, as opposed to the level 20 version. I don't know, it's a small thing, but... like, you don't see the glow in the buff icon. You only see it in the skill bars. Cleric will being global? I mean, yeah, Cleric is one of the starting classes. And yeah, no, my PvP gear is not up to date. Like, I haven't really done anything with my PvP gear in like over 3 months. Like, I don't have the flavor of the month, like, stats that people have been going for. I'm still leaning towards block, and I don't have enough block to be blocking endgame people. So there's that. Oh, 1.5 minutes. I have a feeling we're gonna get fucked though. I have a feeling we're gonna get dislodged right before the siege begins, as per usual. But I'll switch to PvE anyways. I'll bite. It's okay. No chat in the group, right? Yeah, they're on sulfur, but they're probably gonna come. Some people are leaving to seals, makes sense. Where the people in the middle can shield, right? And I have fucking 3.5k people with me. What is this? Some people are on the other one though. I think the other one might be safer. If they are sulfur. There's more people here too. Might as well. I'm by myself, but it's not like the rest of my group gives me fucking anything. I mean, the template does, I guess, but the template was elsewhere, so... I'm not lagging at all, though. That's nice. Maybe I'll get something decent. Maybe some golds? Yeah, 2 golds. Not too bad. Also, I should have turned on the siege options, because right now the stream is probably unwatchable for you guys, but it's fine, it's gonna be over soon. How have they not captured sulfur already? Crazy to me. Well, I mean, if we can go 3 for 3, that works for me. Are these world bosses? This is siege. There's gonna be world bosses right after though. Okay, yeah, they got it. I mean, that was pretty lucky though, because like we have a lot more here than they do. So we could have gotten 3. What, siege? Siege these balls in your mouth. We got one, chat. No, it's just something that happens twice a week. You just fight over a boss to capture an artifact, and if your faction gains the artifact, you get access to an instance. Yeah, pull it up to your house. Yeah, no, that's fair, honestly. That's fair. Yeah, have we gotten anything in the... Oh, God. Have we gotten anything in the middle? Is the big question here. What seeds though? I mean, as I said, the 2 factions just fight over a boss to gain control over an artifact. It's PvPvE. Like whoever gets the last hit on the boss gets control of the artifact, but the 2 factions are fighting for it, basically. Okay, did we get the middle of this one? Although it's like really fucking short right now because the bosses just kind of fucking die. What's the reward for this? Medals to buy PvP equipment. Okay, they got all 3, so we got fucked again. Very cool. Really nice. I'm assuming we'll go for the south one again on this one. Was that the map? Yeah. Can we make skill presets for healing? Do we need to reset image every time? Unfortunately, for Cleric and Enchanter both, you kinda have to manually swap your stigmas every time you want to do something different. Whether it's because you're playing with a member of the same archetype and you have to like change your buffs, or you want to start get more heals or something, you're gonna have to manually change it. I mean, they said they would be introducing presets, like proper presets, but we're still waiting on these. You can fly with it? Yeah, you can only glide with mounts. You can't fly with them. Probably just dodge and try to go south for the time being. I need to come in earlier to complete my martial quests and to be in a better group. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, it's kind of whatever, because the transition between like mounting and flying and so on and so forth is like pretty seamless. But I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment. Okay, people are camping here. Expected. 15 minutes though. I don't know. Longest time. Thanks for the full rifle. People versus 1 million. I mean, it's honestly kind of plug and play. Like the ZVZ side of it is kind of minor. I'm gonna be honest. It's more so about just hitting the boss to get the higher contribution. I mean, to be fair, broadly speaking, PvP in this game is just yeah. Damn, look like this hunk of a man. It's partial, I guess. But I'm mostly just doing it for the sake of variety at this point, because I'm not really keeping up with PvP on Taiwan anyways. Got 3 artifacts, I didn't even see the enemy. That's crazy. It was almost the same for us, but like a very small pack of Helios got the last hit on Sulfur, so we only got 2, unfortunately. What is bro doing? You're dodging towards my allies. That's not good for you. Gotta be honest. Ice cubed. Oh, there's more people coming. Could be bad. Probably gonna be bad actually. Can you tell when you're fighting someone that's pay to win? I mean, in PvP right now, the biggest difference maker is like how much people have kept up with medals, like across the patches, as well as how much potential they have. So just depends, right? Also, Taiwan has a huge piloting issue on the PvP, so you know. Or with that, you can spend money. You can also. I mean, you will never have to spend any money in this game, so. Like, if you spend money on it... At the end of the day, you're free to do whatever the fuck you want with your disposable income, but to me, if you spend money to get power in this game, you're a dumbass. Unless you're doing it because you straight up cannot play the game and you still want to do the raids, like, as soon as they come out. then that's, I guess there's some validity in that. But if you're able to just play the game, you'll never be behind on anything. You're always going to be able to do all of the content. So you're going to be swiping for power that functionally serves you for nothing. To buy a sub on, let's say I start a game, make characters get a sub, I want to make another one, I have to buy a sub again? No, the sub is server wide. I have 4 kids and 2 jobs, how much do I have to pay to keep up? Well, if you want to do absolutely all of the content on your main, I mean, I don't know if you're serious, but I'm going to answer in earnest anyways. If you want to do absolutely all of the content on your main, like do all of your weekly dungeons, all of your raids, all of your quests, including your PvP weeklies and PvE, like assuming you're doing everything, it's going to be around 12 hours per week to do everything on your main, right? And then on top of that, you can add ults to get a bit of extra juice, right? But your mileage will vary on that. I have a video on ults if you're interested in that. So, yeah. Yeah, if you're able to spend 12 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 12 hours a week, like, you're going to be able to keep up on the baseline level. If you can spend a little bit more, you're going to be able to do absolutely everything on the hardest difficulty as soon as it comes out, like with 0 problem. And even keep up on PvP on the side. What about the subscription? The sub is basically mandatory if you're actually, like, you know, playing the game a decent amount. Like, I would not skip the sub unless like a turbo casual. How about putting those 4 kids to your good use and make them farm the abyss 12 hours a day? See, this guy gets it. One question that works necessarily is a video when you want to do everything with one character, it's like 22 hours a week. You mean ults, right? As I said, one character, just your main, is about 12 hours a week to do everything. Ults are going to set you back between 1 to 6 hours a week, depending on what you're doing, and there's only so many ults you can run for dungeons specifically. I have a video on ults that covers all of, like, everything you can do with ults, how much investment you're going to put into them, how much time you're going to put into them relative to your main, depending on the state of the game, because that's also something that keeps evolving. So if you're curious about that, I would take a look at that. And thanks for the follow, Majid. Having other characters, yeah, ults are alternative characters. Like, early into the game, having ults to run dungeons is going to be pretty impactful, because it's going to be very minimal investment to do like endgame dungeons, so it's going to get you more juice. As the game keeps evolving, it's going to be less and less relevant. It's more so going to be relevant for like Ascension Trials and Corridors, that are like things that take you just a couple of minutes per week, but actually help with the horizontal progression of your main and to keep up with the resources, right? But it's a very minimal investment. Another YouTube channel, you made an impression, you know what to talk about. I mean, I actually play the game. Like, that's kind of the main difference, really, and that's probably one of the main things that makes people gravitate more towards my channel, is that I actually play the fucking game, whereas the majority of the other content creators from this game are just posers that don't play the game. They don't play the game, they just parrot stuff they saw on Reddit. They just... Some of them even steal some of my content, right? Some of them do. I've seen people do that. At the end of the day, I don't really give a shit as long as the right information gets out there. But yeah, just be a bit wary of who you're listening to, because a lot of these people just don't know what they're talking about. To make a characters like my main, I reach max level, should I make right away an ult? Right now, when it comes to initial global setup, what most people will do if you want to play old characters is level up multiple characters to level 22 off rip, because that's when you start building the dungeon energy, because that's when you unlock the first dungeon, right? And then get your main to 45 to start building the nightmare tickets, which is the solo dungeon, right? So like, including your main, everything, like initial setup on global, just get every character to 22 to start building energy, and then just do your main stuff and worry about the other stuff later. I'll be making an early progression video though, like closer to global release. Like, it's not necessarily going to be, this is the way you have to play. I'm just going to go over what I'm personally going to be doing when the game comes out. Also, let me do that so you guys actually have some bitrate on stream. That takes a full build though. Did you do the first dungeon at 22 or save it after 45? Yeah, the dungeons are going to be doing... It's part of the MSQ, you have to do them. You just don't open the chest inside of them. You save your energy. Yes, the energy builds over time. Every few hours, Tubby. But in order for the energies to start building up, you need to have unlocked the first dungeon. And thanks for the photo color, I guess. What would you recommend to play as main Templar or Guardian? Do you mean Channer? What is better for the team in raids? What's more needed? Both are desired, quite frankly. Like, no class is undesired. Just focus on the archetype. Focus on an archetype that you prefer. Templar or Gladiator, both are excellent. That's just the reality of it. If you have both in the group, the Templar is going to be the one doing the tanking, but both are capable of tanking and both are great. Looking forward to Global Release, the AION Cleric. Godspeed, brother. But like both Templar and Gladiator have been in a really good state. Like Gladiator is currently grossly overtuned. But the thing with balance in this game is that it comes and goes, right? So probably just play the one that is the most appealing to you. Thanks for the amazing YouTube. I mean, I'm glad that you enjoy the content. And hello. Was there a time where Gladiator was shit? Towards the back end of Season 1, early Season 2, Gladiator wasn't great. Yeah. Is it optimal to run one of each class in dungeon for debuffs, etc.? I mean, if you mean like running Templar, Glad, Chanter, Cleric plus 1 DPS, that's kind of the pretty safe comp for everything. Is it necessary? No, but it is really safe, yeah. And it's really, really comfy too. Globally plays Gladiator was safe, yeah. Same for the Korean one. I don't think Glad is ever gonna be bad, honestly. As far as I remember, Glad were #1 forever. Again, they fell off at the end of Season 1 and early into Season 2. But they were always solid, and they have kind of been the best class in the game since Season 3. She said that they're adding ships. I mean, they said it's just going to be exploration, right? You're just going to go out in the ocean, and then you're going to be able to fish and fend off monsters jumping into your boat, right? We kind of don't know more, other than what they've said. And also, like, it's in development, so who God fucking knows what they decide to do. But yeah, like, Gladiator was broken early into Season 1, and then they took away the washing machine and Mockingblade, and then they fell off. And their performance in dungeons was now also, like, not the best. And then they added Life-Stealing Blade, they added Overhead Slam early into Season 2, and that's when it kept going on the rise in terms of performance. At least Gladiator is a melee. I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, the only thing that melees are at a disadvantage in this game is like ZVZ, which is kind of whatever. They definitely, like, when it comes to PvE, they definitely gave melees the tools to not be at a disadvantage, to be quite frank. Which, hey, PV is the main thing in this game, so good on them. Balancing stuff properly. Get all of these X forms. Are useful are melees in DBZ? I mean, melees in DBZ are mostly victim classes. Unless you're actively pushing and overwhelming the enemy. Yeah, like most melees, like Assassin, Glad are not really doing the best. Templar is okay because you're pulling people. Chanter is okay because you have ranged attacks, right? But again, DBZ is probably the least relevant thing in this game, to be honest, in terms of like how your class performs. At least right now. Like if they add Rifting Quest that requires EVZ and stuff like that, maybe it's gonna hold a bit more relevance, but yeah. Alright, couple of seconds. What they do with the combat stuff, someone said they're going to change some stuff. Yeah, in 4 days we're gonna get the first batch of combat rework. Lagging a bit. Fine though. Like they're just remaking combat pretty much, and across the next couple of weeks a lot of things are gonna change. Like we don't know exactly to what extent, but you know, just going off of what they said. I'm just gonna go straight to Cairo. And then this came out already? Yeah. I mean, hey, 1 month and 1 week. You'll be fine. Does this have player housing? Not yet, but it's one of the piece of content that's coming soon. Yeah, a lot of the SM population are just bots. Like, actual players playing SM, there's not too many. And it's not that SM is bad, it's just not a very popular archetype. Wow. That's fucked up. That is just messed up, bro. Someone just turned to me and taunted me. Like, why? It's not even an AoE, that was personal. I don't know if I'm gonna make it back in time, to be honest. Yeah. It's dead. Oh damn, man. Alright, well, back to the dungeons. I do have to run some actual dungeons, actually, because I don't know when Stoops wants to call me. I think I'm just gonna do Bargot. I might just do Bargot today. On my ranger. It was bird, yeah. Yeah, the default skin for sieges kind of makes everyone looks the same. Housing is only useful if it has stats. I mean, they said that it won't have stats. It's just going to be like... It's just going to be like a thing that you do for fun. Like again, like the way this game is built is not meant to be it's not meant to be like unapproachable. I mean, to be fair, they do give stats on fucking everything, so it's probably a good thing that housing doesn't, but digital dumb places. I mean, some people like it, you know. exactly. Like, if they did, you would be forced to do it, which some people would not like it. You know? I do have a lot of energy to spend. I need to do some transcendence, man. I'm doing it. Some people take their housing seriously. I mean, yeah, just look at Final Fantasy 14. It's the whole fucking endgame for some people in this game, even though the housing system in 14 is probably the worst I've ever seen in any game. Bring the e-baddies to your place, yeah, pretty much. I can just do that, yeah. I'll try running this for a bit, just for fun. Because Voice of Doom is cool and all, but I just want to do something different. All indie company, please understand. Yeah, the whole lottery system in Final Fantasy 14 housing is so fucking horrible. I'll never understand why that's what they decided to go with. Type shit, yeah, sure did. Alright, we'll turn this one. 32, walking lose hell FPS. That bad? To be fair, yeah, like the little bit I played of video, like I remember stuff like that. Another fucking channel that just fucking spams Powder Storm. One day, man. Thanks for unknown error. I had a house with a table, classic. I mean, I was the same in AION2, to be fair. I just had the manor for the buff that removed the resurrection penalty. That's it. Comment for basically some houses that are pretty small restricted. Yeah. I got one more question because I'm gonna play with my wife though. Any class is good? Yes. Every class is good. The gap between one and the other. I mean, every class is really fucking easy to play now, like right now. Some classes are maybe like a bit more demanding in terms of positioning and stuff like that, but broadly speaking, no class is particularly difficult to play right now. But again, like, things are going to get remade in a couple of days, so what is true right now may not be true in a couple of days. But broadly speaking, I would just, as a general rule of thumb, I would just focus on like picking a class that you think looks cool and fits within the archetype you want to play. How do you need good ping for Assassin? You need good ping for every class. But yeah, some classes are a bit more impacted than others. Like Assassin Gladiator particularly, I'll rock with high ping. At least right now. Like, basically, because of the way the game is built, like, it's very spam heavy on the combat, and ping is like the main limiting factor. So like, for example, right, I have like 220 MS, personally. A Cleric with the exact same gear as me, that is like a local from Taiwan, that has like, you know, around 10 ping, would be doing twice my DPS. By doing the same thing with the same gear. But high ping, yeah. I mean, every class fucking suffers from it. It's just that support classes share the burden of DPS a bit with the rest of the group, right? So it takes away a bit from it, but every class just suck ass on high ping. And play Sorceress or Cleric. I think more people will enjoy Ranger compared to Assassin, personally. But you know, ultimately just pick the archetype that you want. Like one is range, one is melee. One is more chill than the other, right? So I think this game will add more class. We already got one new class with chapter 1. Like we got Brawler with chapter 1 and they already said they are preparing a new class. So yeah, we will. We are probably going to get like new classes regularly. Oh brother. How hard satisfying healing is. It's pretty good. It's not particularly hard because the only thing that you have to care about is just being in range, because all of your heals own on the rest of the group. Like you either have AoE heals or you have single target heals that automatically target the lowest health group member in range, right? So yeah. You just have to pay attention to your group's health and debuffs. Like that's really the only thing. You don't have to like manually target or anything. But it's pretty satisfying. Pretty plug and play. Pretty engaging, right? Because like people keep getting hit by stuff 24/7. So you do have to heal a decent amount and cleanse as well. Not so much in the early seasons, but especially on the later seasons, yeah. Getting Brawl Global when it drops? Nope. Brawler, like we already know as much that Brawlers are not going to be here at release. Yeah, towards Templar, I feel being left out because usually you need one tank and raid and so on. You will never be shunned as a Templar. Unless there's already a Templar in the group. But yeah, Templar is very desirable. Don't be scared of that. It's a really good class. The spread. Our Cleric full damage. Every class builds for damage in PvE, yeah. I think in this game, like you have to press the enemy to attack it. You press on the enemy to attack it. What do you mean by that? Like you mean click on the enemy, or what do you mean? It's a stack. God, I hate that torch placement, dude. Holy shit. That is so fucking bad. Yeah, whoever did that killed the entire group. Fucking meaties, man. Like, click. You have two options. You either have tap targeting or you have action mode. That's a bit better. At least we have some room. What's a spread? Yeah, you can click as well. I mean, I do click sometimes because I'm on tap target mode, and I do have, like, if I'm on PvP mode and I don't necessarily want to switch between the two, I'm dead. Yeah, someone else got grabbed in my stead, so I got fucked. What's better? That's purely preference. I'm using tap target personally. Like I'm personally using tap target just because that's what I'm used to, but I know most people use the action mode. Like both work just fine. Like the tap target works as you would expect. The action mode works as you would expect, right? Stack. I think a defense body setup. Yeah. With this game, you're pretty free to play whatever the fuck you want, whatever setup you want, especially for the lighter content. Like, for raids, obviously you will want to run the Trinity, but like within that Trinity you can run whatever class, right? Oh boy. Like the game is set up in such a way where you're not hard locked out of playing the game unless you have a specific setup. Like both because of the resurrection stones and the way they have life leeching and stuff like that set up, right? Wait for the purple. No one took the blue. Oh. Wait. Our player win a ranger has to be considered for group. Not any more, any less than any other class. Every class, you will never need to swipe in this game. Never. It's like you just don't. As long as you play the game, you're gonna be fine. Like every class builds pretty much exactly the same, aim for the same stuff, right? Like obviously when it comes to like picking group members, the only thing that people will look at when they're picking a DPS is their gear, because you know, obviously the DPS is the only thing you bring to the group, right? So when it comes to support, people are maybe going to be slightly more lenient, but ultimately everyone builds the exact same. Just grab both blues. I mean, the thing is, someone grabbed the blue on the last one and then just didn't use it. I don't know, man. This group's a little sus. Right there. Up if I'm a mistake, we're on the wrong item. I mean, yes or no. Like, to be honest, throughout all of my time on Taiwan, I made all of the possible mistakes I could make, right? I also didn't particularly try too hard. And yet, like, I'm pretty much over-geared for the current state of the game already, by just simply playing the game and making all of the mistakes, right? Like, unless you're, like, incredibly impatient and you're completely fucked up, then yeah, sure, but... Like, to me, the swiping stuff is mostly here if, again, you really don't have time to just play the game, right? If you can't put in the 10 hours a week it takes to keep up with this game, then sure, swiping is an option. But yeah, other than that, nah. Nice. When Dharmata released, it was rough. Yeah, I mean, they fucked up with Dharmata, right? But they never made that mistake ever again. Like, overall, the early game, they were just figuring shit out. Like, they made a lot of mistakes with the early design, but ever since, it's been pretty solidly aiming towards the realm of, as long as you just play the game, you can keep up, no problem, right? But back again. Like the main thing with the early season 2 was when they shifted from allowing you to use PvP gear into PvE, right? So if you invested into PvP gear early on, it was just cooked, right? You had to remake a PvE set and there was some urgency to it, right? So that was the main problem, but that is not something that will happen on Global. Because from the get-go, we already know that investing into PvP gear is just a mistake, right? Can do raids on all 7 ults and main each week? Yeah, the raids are separate cooldowns. So if you want to do that, you can. But the main thing you're gonna be using your ults for are the Ascension Trial and Coatls. Like these are the two main ones. And then after that, it's like, how much do you want to put into your ult and what do you want to do on your ult, right? Although late game doing at least Ludra on your ults is like it's pretty low risk, high reward. This group. Do you play with macros? Yeah, everyone does. Everyone does. Like that's just how the game currently is set up. If you have time, I want to do 7 ranks to fund your main a bit. Is it worth it? I mean, you'll get some money from it, and you're also gonna get materials to like juice up your ults basically for free. Like I'm doing Ludra on every character right now, and I'm doing Corroded on 2 ults, and I could be doing Cleric on 1, but yeah, I can't be bothered. Because like doing Ludra with ults, especially from season 3 onwards, is like it takes 5 minutes. The boss just fucking dies, you know? It's a free 4 mil. Encoder 3 ult, I'm ready. Yeah, because I mean it's not too demanding to do, right? And it's just free money. And you know, like Hog Gulag is fun sometimes. Main 222, 230 to 22. Yeah, pretty much pony. Like every character to 22, then main to 45, then every character to 45. And then you set up your open world stuff. And then you start running dungeons. And they all used this turn. How hard are raids? The raids in this game, I mean, when they are fresh, they're not free, but they're not like incredibly difficult either. Like they're not like Lost Ark high-end endgame level, right? The PvE in this game is like competent, but it's not impossibly hard. It's meant to be cleared with cogs, right? Like Cleric is the highest end thing we've had so far, and it does have some mechanics that are pretty demanding that cogs lose their mind over, but yeah, it's far from being impossibly hard. We are getting a new raid in probably 2-3 weeks though, so we'll have to see exactly what they deliver, because they have been making the raids harder and harder over time. If actually, you know what? If you're wondering how the raids are, go on my YouTube channel and go look at my Caldric's guide. So this way, like I go over all of the mechanics and how they work, etc., etc. So that would give you like an idea of at least how the raids are. Like I have guides for pretty much all of the content in the game. Also, you could also plug them. Yeah, but there's nothing like hell modes, right? Probably not use those actually. Probably keep these for Sanctuary, you know? On EU, on NA, I'm playing on Early Access or Live Servers. I'll be playing Early Access and I'm EU. Still able to do them with random people without voice chat, not that hard like Calentia. Beginning of the release. I mean, Calentia was not hard, to be quite frank. It's just that the Throne player base was dog shit. And also the game had no like battle res. But mechanically Calentia was not difficult. Like Calentia had one mechanic. it had one mechanic and Pucks could not do it. Like that's pretty much it. It's like, oh my god. You mean to tell me that two people have to go into the tower that's marked with the number 2? There's no way. How could it be? Like mechanically AION2 is harder than Throne. It's just that AION2 has battle res. Pretty much. And the player base is more tailored towards PvE. How important is the Legion? Not very important. This game is mostly centered around your pre-made and the faction. Legions are just a glorified friends list. Kinda the same as AION1, really. You want to go on this one? Oh, this guy's killing us. Ow. Yeah, at least the boss died. Going instead with one-shot mechanics. I mean, one-shot mechanics in a raid are fine. It's just that Throne had no battle res, which is just dog shit design. It's like, oh, one guy died. Well, I guess we can't do the mechanic because it's a body check. You know what I mean? Throne focused its difficulty on all of the wrong things. Solo player. It's honestly pretty simple to be a solo player in this game. Like for everything except for Sanctuary. Like Sanctuary, I would recommend having a pre-made, but everything else, pretty plug and play. You can just jump into a pug and do it. And even Sanctuary to an extent, like if you wait long enough, pugs are going to be able to do it. It's more so like for fresh prog that Sanctuary is going to be a headache. Well, there's no guides and stuff like that. Although I guess, well, the problem we'll have on global, since, you know, I made guides for fucking everything. Back. Well, I'm glad and was wondering, have to keep every spell if I have my core upgrade later. Can I do a whole thing from the beginning with a few spells? I mean, especially right now in Taiwan, you're gonna be able to set up the bread and butter pretty early. The main thing, also it depends, do you have the growth pack or not? Like that's mostly gonna be about the stigma because you do rely on launch stance, CDR procs to be fully set up on Glad, but for the rest, you'll be able to get like your whatchamacallit, your overhead slam resets and so on and so forth, like already set up off rip. How important is the growth pack? I mean, if you're playing on Taiwan right now, I would not recommend pushing endgame without it. Like, the growth pack is the catch-up mechanic that comes for free if you have the sub. It's a shred. I would venture to say it's a shred. Feel pre-made groups a lot. Yeah, but ultimately, King Nafi, it's just... The MMO audience is just different nowadays. A lot of people just want to be able to just log into their shit, like, do stuff solo. Just jump in and out. It's a lot less personable, right? AION2 is missing the faction rivalry from AION1, but just getting PvP is enough. AION2 is not focused on PvP, that's the whole thing. Like, they're just different games fundamentally. AION1 was a sandbox PvP game, AION2 is a theme park PvE game. So fundamentally, they just don't aim to achieve the same thing. Like, if you play AION2 primarily for the PvP, you're gonna be frustrated. I can already tell you. Hello, Anchovy. I'm the rare weekend anchovy. Crazy work. I guess bro's AFK. I don't have too many runs, but... Actually, I do have a decent amount. I'm on a 50 watch streak, you little shit. I'm just saying, you're not that active on the weekends. I mean, you said yourself, you literally said it yourself that you can't watch streams too much on the weekend. I didn't make that shit up. I know I didn't. Hello, Snow. Okay, you got me there. Yeah, that's right. My white streak dropped when I was preparing to move countries. Damn. Big fan. Mods, revoke that guy's sub. But do not refund them. Eight months in, I still don't have any mods, by the way. I think I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna keep rolling with it. Don't need him. I'm a strong independent streamer. I was gonna say, why is he not transitioning? There we go. Not the biggest fan of that placement, but that's fine. One day Pugs will learn that you have to go out and in on this one. One day. Also, brother, my resurrection is down. Imagine using a self-rest stone when the Kibbilisk is right up the fucking platform, man. We'll learn. Yeah, no, you're not wrong for that. You ain't wrong. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy body blocking. Bro's taking the pro route. Can talk to the devs and tell them to release AION2 already. Brother, I'm already being left on red by my by the rep I'm in contact with. I asked him if I could get some free early access codes to give away, and I haven't gotten an answer. Bro just gave me the side eye and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a legit question to ask. To be fair, right? I think that's fair. Like, they fucking gave away like 50 early access packages during their live stream. Surely they can give some to other people to give away to, right? Excellent. 50k to stream, hell yeah, dude. Does Shroud even still stream? I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen the guy stream as of late. Not that I watch him particularly, but I just saw him on my feed every now and again. And these days I just don't. Yesterday, I see. Oh, these bugs are so bad. Man, the mechanic is go into the win stream and press jump, bro. Can we not? Didn't Sean like this game apparently? He said he didn't like pay to win. I mean, if you don't like pay to win, you're never gonna be playing an MMO ever again in your life. You know what I mean? Like, you just kind of learn to get used to it. The only thing that matters is, does the game force your hand to be able to do content? As long as the answer is no, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, beyond that, it's just an ego thing. Which, like, and like for me personally, I'm not 15 anymore, right? I don't care if someone in dungeon does like 5% more DPS because they swiped. I genuinely could not give it. Bro, what the fuck are these pucks doing? Like, for example, these fucking guys are all swipers, dude. And none of them can fucking put the square in the square hole. Like, that's what I care about. Hey, so okay, see. And now someone is asking to get kicked, brother. It's easy to play this game. I think we don't, Tubby, actually. I think we actively just need to not do that. Jesus Christ. They don't pay the pilots to think, yeah, clearly. I got an ad, GG. Damn, if only there was a way to not get an ad. And yes, I'm talking about Turbo. My god, man. The second boss is the hardest boss, because these motherfuckers can't figure out to enter a fucking win stream and press jump. What combat power are these people? Okay, this is pretty average, actually. Like, the highest is 880, so... Stack. That one guy not doing it. Good sign. Good sign. Good back in that, yeah. Didn't have really. Didn't have defiance on the fucking X every time, man. Every time. Red. Yeah, no, you're not making it out, brother. Like that was a bit presumptuous of you, honestly. Which founders packs are you getting? I'm honestly still hesitant, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't think there's any value in grabbing the ones that are beyond the $30 one, but I'm gonna be streaming and playing this game, so it's like I might as well grab the big one, you know? Especially because the $100 one has a fucking dragon mount on it. But I'm pretty sure the white dragon is gonna be available in the cash shop separately anyways, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for Gamescom in case they go like, guys, here is the cash shop, here's what inside of it, and then if I see the white dragon mount, then I just don't fucking buy the $100 one, you know what I mean? Because that would be the only reason why I would be buying it. Like, legit. The wings, I don't really care about the wings. Like the wings, I'm just going to wait for the one that I have right now in Taiwan to be available. $140, yeah. I mean, the thing is that the white dragon will be available in separately in the cash shop at some point, right? It has to be, so I don't know. That was a bit pay to win. Yeah, he played Throne. I don't know if he was paid to do it. Because at the end of the day, like, he is a bit of an MMO enjoyer, but I mean, ultimately, Throne was just a bad game, so, you know, there's that. Dragon skins, yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like, if you just get the small package, you can just spend the money to buy skins and mounts that you actually give a shit about in the cash shop, right? Like, you use the same money to just do that. Can I show your wings after dungeon? Sure. With 2k, didn't he? Honestly, I don't know. And inventory slots? I never purchased inventory slots, to be honest. Like, ever since they added the personal storage, like, I think we have enough inventory slots as is, to be quite frank. Where money? He probably bought an Arc-Boss weapon or something, but most Arc-Boss weapons outside of Tevens were just fucking useless. There you go, that's the wings I have. For me, and no other wings on top of that one, and I mean they're free, so there you go. Is the market in this game? Can you buy stuff with in-game money or real money like TNL? It's in-game money, but there's currency conversion in this game, Tubby, which is basically like legal AION2. So like there's a premium currency that you can use to buy battle passes and skins, and you can also exchange that premium currency with other players to get in-game currency. So yeah, legal AION2 basically. But it's entirely player driven, essentially. But there has to be stock, and the value will vary. Buy like in the market with in-game money. Yeah, the in-game money is purely based off of the in-game currency. Body blocking roulette on those fucking conveyors all day. Your real money? I mean, you could technically just farm stuff in game to put on the auction house to then get the premium currency on Throne. So it was farmable, but yeah. Wonderkina Kunukuna removed? Nah. Currency conversion is not a bad thing in games. Anyone that thinks it's a bad thing is fucking delusional. The thing that's bad is if the game is built around you having to swipe to do content. That's the only thing that's bad. Like, does the game coerce you into swiping to be able to do shit? As long as that's not the case, currency conversion is just like a net benefit, because it allows people that don't want to buy, like, spend real money You get the premium outfits and battle passes and so on and so forth, right? By just farming in game. And then on the AION2 side, it allows the developers to get the money instead of like some random Chinese farms, because let's be fucking honest for 5 seconds, it doesn't matter whether there's legal AION2 or not. People will be swiping to get power regardless, in every fucking MMO. It doesn't matter. Oh, my MMO is not pay to win. It's not possible to swipe for power. It is. Shut the fuck up. People have been doing this since fucking 1995, alright? People will always take the path of least resistance. Again, the only thing that matters is, are the developers abusing it to force you to spend money? That's it. That's the only thing that you need to care about. But people will always spend money to get status and power in games. Always. That will always be a thing. Like, I've been playing MMOs for over 20 years, and trust me, even in MMOs that predate WoW that I played, people were swiping to get shit. Whether it's services, piloting, AION2, people were already doing that shit. And it functionally doesn't differ at all. Again, it's all about how the game is built, not about the system existing. Not anymore, yeah. I mean, ultimately, it just doesn't matter, right? And the thing with AION2 right now is, as long as you play the game, right? And it's not even like an insane amount. As long as you just play the game, you'll be able to do the latest raid on the hardest difficulty as soon as they come out, right? So as long as the game keeps being like that, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if your ego can't take the fact that someone can swipe to be slightly more powerful than you to clear a dungeon a bit faster, then you need a reality check. I'm sorry. Because that shit has been around since the fucking dawn of ages. And it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, Unk. Okay, mods, ban that guy. Mods, cast testicular torsion on this guy. Yeah, I mean, back then we used to be unemployed fellas. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it was always something. People always found something to bitch about. Back in the days, people were bitching about people who were no-lifing the game. And you know what developers did? They added time gates. And then when they added time gates, people started complaining about FOMO. And if you didn't play the game and you missed the time gates, you were never able to catch up. So what did people do? They added the option to swipe, right? And then people complained about the swiping, and what did the developers do? They added swiping limits and stuff like that, right? And people still keep bitching. There's just no winning at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's just you and your hubris, right? If you can't take it, then don't play the game. It's that simple. I don't care if it was 980 KCP. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what's gonna happen? If you party with this guy, the dungeon's gonna go a bit faster. Oh no! Like, people just need to grow up, honestly. Again, and this is not me saying that, you know, pay to win is good. Like, ultimately, in the perfect world, would it be better if it didn't exist? Sure, but that perfect world never existed. Ever. It just never did. Most worlds are going to affect your gameplay, yeah, exactly. And like, PvP in this game is so fucking irrelevant, and most of it is EVZ, so even on that front, it's not going to impact you. You can buy market skins with in-game currency. Market skins? Do you mean the cash shop, the cash shop skins? Some of them you can by doing the currency conversion, but most of them are just direct payment. Make money either through sub and expensive pay to win AION2, yeah, exactly. Like, if the fact that this game is getting content drops every other week, reliant on them being able to monetize some whales, I think that's a fucking net positive for me. More content for me, and I don't have to spend for it. Pay-to-win is more present now than back in the days. It's not. If you think it is, you were just a gullible 12 years old back in the days. It is what it is, right? But trust me, like, Back when I played MMOs that predate World of Warcraft, people were swiping to AION2, to pilot, to buy carries, to do all sorts of things. it was incredibly rampant, right? It was there. It's just that, again, you were 12 and you didn't realize stuff like that was going on. It is what it is. Are we talking about MMOs only? I mean, in that case scenario, I'm talking about MMOs, yeah. Like, whether it was legal or illegal, people were doing that shit anyways. And the end result is the same. Oh, but illegal RMT is illegal, which means it's okay. The end result is the exact same. Again, the only difference in how it actually impacts you is whether the game is built around swiping or not. Which, most of the time, if the game doesn't have any like built-in way to swipe, they tend to be less leaning towards you spending money. That's true. But again, if you just look at the game in a vacuum, if the swiping option is there, you just have to look at the fact of whether or not the game gates you. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't matter. People in WoW think buying boost isn't pay to win. Of course, because at the end of the day, it's just tribalism in MMOs, right? My game is better, your game is bad. Always, right? There's just no objectivity when it comes to those things, right? Bro, are these guys serious? Who's red? I mean, I'm not losing a stone if you guys aren't solving this. Okay. Because RMT, yeah. Ultimately, like, it's just... They just monetize RMT, right? Like, the money goes to the developers instead of going to a random Chinese farm. That's it. Yeah, well, that's gonna be a problem, but... Okay, good, they went around. 80 nice. I mean, WoW also has currency conversion, by the way, because it has the WoW token. Again, it's not about the existence. It's not about the existence of it. It's about whether or not the game coerces you into doing it. That's what it's always been about. Which is why the pay-to-win discussions are always completely tone deaf. Because people see it as completely black and white when it's been grey the entire time. If you get codes, let me know. I'll see, yeah. Also pay to win away. Every MMO, every single MMO. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what your definition of pay to win is. Every MMO has the ability to spend money, to get stuff faster, to get power, to do anything. Whether it's legal or illegal, right? Every MMO. Again, the only thing that matters is, are you forced to do it? Every game with trade enabled has it. Even games without trade enabled, like Throne didn't have trade enabled. It still had pay to win. Both legal and illegal. That's not me saying that Throne failed because of the pay to win. Throne failed because it was just a bad game. And quite frankly, it was very easy to be completely free to play on Throne. I can't auction house as trading? Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, I think most MMO do. Can you still open your own personal shop in AION2 like before the AION1? No. I also want limited same amount of players. Ultimately, Greek, I don't even want to get into the specifics of it. The only thing that I personally care about is, am I able to do the latest, hardest content on day one when it comes out? By just playing the video game, right? In AION2, it's the case. Whatever other people do, right? Whatever the fuck they do with the cash up, like anything else, whatever the fuck happens, I just don't care. Because I've been playing MMOs long enough to understand that looking at what other people are doing is just a fucking mistake. Because it's a never-ending cycle of grief. Where you're like, yay, I got this, but this guy got this. This is not the way to go about life, man. It just isn't. Like, it's not just MMOs, it's life in general, really. Well, is to enjoy mode the game? Yeah, exactly. Because ultimately, whatever the fuck they do doesn't matter to me. Bro, do you think I should give a shit about my neighbor jerking off to armpits in his own personal time, it doesn't affect me. Is he a freak? Maybe. I don't give a shit. It's the same thing for it's the exact same thing for this. Someone swiping to get a skin or to get a bit more power to clear a dungeon 3 seconds faster fundamentally doesn't impact me, and therefore it doesn't fucking matter. Oh, but my DPS meter rankings. Are you fucking 12? You're pretty likely to be in your mid-30s if you're still playing MMOs nowadays. It's time to grow up. This advice works for life too, yeah. If you're constantly stuck in a permanent cycle of looking at what other people are doing, you will never do anything yourself. Never. But when he's talking to you and looking at your armpits, okay, well, let's not like consider that hypothesis, all right? For anything about what they have? Yeah, exactly. I mean, just focus on yourself. It's not that deep, right? Like, the way this game is built, the game is built to be satisfying to play and to progress through, right? If I'm gonna be honest, like, the entire basis of the game is doing content that makes your character stronger and then enjoying the extra power that you got, right? Like, the progression is the fun. Swiping skips some of the progression. So to me, for my look on the game is pay to lose. You're swiping to skip the fun part. And to do what? To do what exactly? Goodness skin. I don't know, man. Maybe if you sub. Consider this like an OnlyFans subscription or something. I don't know. Only free to play is doing well enough. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go full free to play in this game. I think, I mean, unless you're like a turbo casual or you're doing a challenge or something, I wouldn't really go full free to play. I do think that starts to impact the fun that you can have with the game. But you know, that's my opinion on it, right? I wouldn't play this game without the sub, personally. Now with gatekeeping, yeah, man. You got Kuna skins? I don't. What characters in the game can doable without ready for play or later seasons? I mean, it depends on like what level of endgame you want to be at. But yeah, if you want to do that, more power to you. It's your prerogative, right? Free to play plus. Yes. I just like how people keep inventing more terms, by the way. Like, people say pay too fast. No. There's no such thing as pay too fast, right? You either can swipe for power or you can't. Just fucking call a spade, right? It's pay to win or it's not. Pay to progress, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just pay to win. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, again, swiping for power is a thing that people have been doing since the fucking dawn of times, bro. Like when you were paying your little cousin to keep farming for you in WoW, it was pay to win. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it genuinely isn't that deep. I don't think the game economy would be distributed if we had the sub as tradable, settable items. The sub as tradable, or you mean like the gold packs in AION2? It honestly wouldn't change anything. Like, to me it would be better because it would allow people to actually be fully free to play, right? But it wouldn't really change anything because at the end of the day, you would still need to buy the first sub to be able to have access to the market to buy any further subs. So for the botting side of things, it wouldn't change anything. It would just allow people to remain fully free to play if they want to. So I actually hope they do that eventually. Battle pass from in Kuna to Kuna, yes. Battle passes as well as like half of the cosmetics. You can use currency conversion in order to convert your Kina into Kuna to get them. Yeah. There's just like, it's basically just the sub and certain cosmetics that you can't. Which I hope eventually they will just allow you to do it for everything, to be honest. I don't really see a down, like, I don't see a downside to it, personally. What you mean to do is dailies in WoW. When I was on vacation, TBC, sometimes it wasn't that deep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, fuck, man. I had people hire me to do arenas for them on AION2. That's basically piloting, right? Hussein can face the truth. I mean, it's, you know, it's all part of like the online like behavior of needing to be holier than thou, you know. It is what it is. If early access lasts 5 days, does that mean the reset happened 2 days after release? Yes. Everyone thinks their game is free to play. Yeah, they're just, people are just delusional. Tribalism, my game is better than yours type shit. Always. That's always how it is. Final Fantasy 14 is fully free to play. Okay. You might be stupid. even the people saying that you can't spend money in 14, like, you absolutely can. Even the actual cash shop has leveling skips, story skips. Like, for the first decade of the game, if you wanted to world prog in Final Fantasy 14, 99% of world progger were hiring crafters to get crafted set, like, for real money. All of the hardcore proggers were doing it. Do you know how I know that? Because I did it. Everyone. They still do it? Yeah, it's a bit easier now because the crafted is staggered with the raid release, right? So now you can just get your crafted and then do the raid, so you don't need to hire people. But for the first decade of the game, you had to do that. If you wanted to prog week 1, you needed like to hire crafters to make crafted gear for you while you were raiding. If you were doing hardcore, you had to do it. There was no way to go around it. It's either you did that or you RMT'd guild to buy crafted gear from the auction house that was like incredibly expensive on day 1. Not a fan of that puddle placement. I'm gonna be dead ass with you right now. Well, someone else took blue. Okay. Any game you reach high in game, you'll always pay to win literally any game. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter what your definition is, like, swiping one way or another will always give you an advantage in an online game. It is what it is. You just have to get over it. It's part of growing up. Do I have to do it? Yeah, I think I do. In AION2, you had to go to the single master every time you wanted to. AION2 can just swap whenever you want. Yeah, I mean, AION2 is very convenient. I had to watch you play Assassin one day. I don't really play Assassin. I don't like Assassin in this game. It's really poorly designed in my opinion. How expensive are these resurrection stones? They're free. They just keep handing them to you like for fucking everything. I have like hundreds of them, and I'm never gonna run out. Just by getting ones from events, from cubes, from all of that. Yeah, I have like over 400 right now. And I've never like bought one beyond just doing the events and stuff like that. How many items in a stack in the cube? It depends on the item. Like some of them are like hundreds of thousands, some of them are thousands. Guess we're done. But like, this is a long-winded way for me to tell you guys that just fucking play the video game and just have fun with it. And if you keep having fun, you just play it. And then if you stop having fun, you stop playing it. Whatever the fuck other people do, doesn't matter. And that's for any MMO, by the way, not just this one. You'll have infinitely more fun by just focusing on your own journey. You run out on Clerics? I almost ran out. I didn't quite run out. Do you think you're at level and armor and weapon skills to be like, I want already, I'm done with the game? I mean, yeah, my gears, I'm done. I'm just waiting for the next, I'm waiting for the next raid, and I've been waiting for it for like a couple of weeks. I could push a couple of things, but I don't need to. The journey of endless gooning. Oh boy. Right, okay, how much energy do I have left? I can do a couple more. And dabble. Oh. How many hours did it take you? I mean, I'm just playing the game. Like, the thing is, I've been playing the game since the release, right? But the thing is, they keep adding catch-up mechanics, the content keep moving forward, so if you join the game right now, it wouldn't take you as much time as it did to me to get to the same point, you know what I mean? But I just kind of played the game, right? Like, I've just playing the game around 20 hours a week, and I've always been able to just be at the level where I'm just doing the raid when it comes out, pretty much. Like, there was one exception, like, around Season 2, where they did the shift with the PvP and PvP gear thing, where I was kind of knee-deep into shit, because I invested into the wrong stuff, but I was still able to make it out and do it, you know? Those combat powers are most whale-like CP. Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not trying this hard and I'm spending money on ults for fun. Like, I could be pushing my Cleric further than this. Like, I could be making Horn Dragon accessories, right? But I don't give a shit. I don't need it. I don't think that on Global, the catch-up thing on release. I mean, Global is going to be fresh, right? So they don't need a catch-up thing. But they keep adding catch-up mechanics at the beginning of every season, basically, to help people reach the current endgame. Like, the catch-up mechanic we have right now just dunks you into endgame with fully enhanced gear, soulbinds, genus, pets, arcanas. You just, like, dumped at the endgame. And, like, with a little bit of setup, you can do everything. Also orange, yeah. I mean, the thing is, the Horn Dragon accessories, they don't really matter. Like, I would get a bit of attack, and I don't really give a shit about that. So I'm just sticking with the demonic ones I have right now. Like, the main thing I could do is enhancing my pendant, but honestly I would rather just spend the money on, like, ult to understand other classes a bit better. And thanks for the follow, Moggy. Can I see the weapons? Sure. Otherwise, in ironing valid, the assassin seems to have a huge variance. No, don't look at anything that pertains to DPS numbers on AION.ing. Where's my baguette? I mean, it's there. I think it uses your English name instead of your Japanese one, though. That's the thing. Two Templars. Interesting. Do you think you need to go higher ever? Plus 20, etc. I mean, my weapon and guard are Abyss right now. There's nothing possibly better that you can get. Like, this is it. This is as good as it gets. Like, highest level of gear, highest level of enhancement. Abyss for PvP. I do have an Abyss set, but I haven't been taking care of it because I just don't care about PvP. PvP in this game is not interesting. We get armor. Oh no, it's for the flag on the top left. Scammed, I guess. Don't weapon go up to 30? No. The maximum is orange level 20 plus 5 diamonds, so 25. Best way to level max handicrafting? Send the level 1 craft, 1,000 of them, and just go to bed. Like, if you want to speed up on the back end, you can craft some higher end Dalek mats. After you reach professional, that's about it. I guess they will not close the gap between global and Asia to be the same patch. I mean, we don't know, right? They should, because ultimately it's going to take away from the discovery of the new raids. So it's probably going to take some time to get there, right? Like, basically, it's gonna have to be a mix of them slowing down patches in Korea and speeding up the seasons in the West, right? But they just haven't said anything about how they want to handle those, so who knows exactly how they're going to manage it. Best DPS for PvP now? Gladiator. And yes, Gladiator is a tank, but it's the best class for PvP. We're supposed to maintain 2 different patches. Yeah, I don't disagree. I do hope we will eventually catch up, just because, again, discoverability is kind of not a thing, where the other region is ahead of you. It's also going to force me to do, so I keep running content on Taiwan until we finally catch up, which I don't really want to do. Behind Korea for AION since release, always said they want to catch up as well. I mean, we'll see, right? Again, it's gonna have to require a mix of delaying stuff on Korea and Taiwan and speeding up global. Which I don't know if they want to do that, but yeah. So just get the 2 season patch at the same time until we're there. I mean, at least so far, it doesn't seem to be what they want to do with the initial global release, right? So I'm still going to be on this game, even though you finish like everything. The game gets new content every few weeks, so yeah. It's not like Final Fantasy XIV, where you get 1 content drop every 9 months. This game gets a constant string of like dungeons and raids. And I'm gonna be playing on global release, right? So I'm gonna have to redo it all over again. Ultimately, I just enjoy playing the game, so yeah, there's that. But they all stood in it. Oh my god. That's almost impressive, honestly. Yeah, these guys did properly. Interesting. Are there all be added? Yeah. This game just that's just the way that this game operates. Like yeah, sure. Even if they like slow down the content release a bit, it's never gonna be like the way they do the content release and the way they handle the game. It's never gonna be like something like 14 where they just run out of shit. They have a good balance of quantity and quality, I think, for this game. Could be getting a little bit more, but overall, I think the balance is pretty decent right now. Okay. Probably finish the boss, but just in case. Okay. Other areas on the map like video. I mean, they added new maps with chapter 1, right? And we only have half of the new maps, and they will be adding, like, we already know of a couple of new maps that are going to be coming soonish as well. Like, we're going to get the housing area, we're going to get the capitals, Sanctum and Pandemonium. We already know Hieron and Belusland will be coming up next as well, in terms of, like, the main MSQ, so... yeah. Going to catch up to current Taiwan and see, yeah. I mean, the thing is, NCA just doesn't really gives us the important information. That's the problem. Again, hopefully Gamescom is going to be a bit different. 4 days. 4 days, and then I hope they're really going to fucking lock in with the informations. Yeah, we'll get Sanctum and Pandemonium. Although, like, the way they seem to be teasing them is that they're going to be actual maps as opposed to just a capital. Like they said, there's going to be MSQ and stuff like that happening on those, so it's probably going to be part of a major update once we get them. It's in ruin. I'm pretty sure they are behind the bulwark. Like, yeah, like Hieron, Belusland, Sanctum, Pandemonium are like behind the bulwark, so they're supposed to be intact, right? They should be the same way they were in AION2. At least as far as I'm aware. Because like Old Guard, Verderon, Morheim, Eltnen, all of these were destroyed, right? And they were rebuilt by the fucking 12. The Imperial Nords or whatever, right? Which is why they look nothing like the original ones. But like the whole shtick behind the MSQ in Old Guard and Morheim is to get fucking Marcheton's like dig power to cross the bulwark. And return to Pandemonium and Belusland. So yeah. We'll see. I do hope they look more like the AION1 stuff. Answer my question, but do you think they will add another areas in like a video? Well, that's what I've been talking about since we're gonna guess. They have added new maps. Like this is a map they added with chapter 1, and we only have half of it. We'll get the second half with chapter 1 part 2. And we already know of new maps coming. Like we know the main capitals, Sanctum and Pandemonium are gonna be coming. We know we're gonna get Hyron and Beluslan. Like, yeah. There's a lot coming. Our Pandemonium looks like more the original. I mean, it should, because it's beyond the Bulwark, right? Like, again, the encounter with Marcheton should be nearing, right? It should be soon. We should be getting the second half of the MSQ, so we should be getting the second half of this map pretty soon. And then that should conclude the MSQ to prepare the advance towards Sanctum and Pandemonium. Hello Juven, hello Agony. How much energy do I have left? I can do like 2-3 more. Yeah. Doesn't your inn look like Beluslan? I'm in Morheim right now. I'm in the Fire Temple area. I just wish the world bosses could drop some cool shit. I mean, they do. Like, the way the world bosses work is they have personal drops. So everyone gets a box that gives the equipment from that boss. So you can complete your supply deliveries. And they give some painting scraps to be able to eventually craft the painting from that boss, right? But also for the highest DPS group, they get direct drop of the equipment and the paintings. So yeah, world bosses drop good stuff, but it's not... The main problem right now is that the amount of scraps that you get from just participating, like the amount that you need is fucking insane in order to craft your own painting. And hello, you kitty. Armor weapon stuff, I didn't understand that wrong. They do drop weapons, armor and stuff, but it's not really stuff that you use. It's more so stuff that you use for the supply delivery quests, right? Clearing this one? Alright. I think so for Codex. Do you actually do them then? Yeah, they do them on cooldown. Honestly, like, I would be doing them if I gave a shit. It's just that, again, like, I'm just kind of going through the motions on Taiwan right now. I'm just waiting for global, so. All streamers I watched. I mean, I think most people are in my position. I also don't think... I don't think the majority of the Western players or streamers or whatever are actively like chasing high-end endgame, right? There's a couple of people who are like local that also speak English. There's a couple. Yeah. To be fair, like the way the world bosses are implemented is not very good, because unless you manually check the timetable, you just kind of miss the spawns, right? I just think they should change the way the world bosses work, I'm gonna be honest. They need to reduce the amount of scraps that you need to make the paintings, and they just need to make the availability of the events like more frequent. Like maybe make them spawn very frequently, but then cap the amount that you can farm each world boss per week or something. Like, I don't know, but yeah. Maybe even timers. Like there are timetables available in game, but yeah, like there's no way to get a reminder or something. If you have energy, you can keep spamming the same dungeon. Do they have a cap? Yes. The only limiter is the amount of energy you have. There's no cap. Proximity chat. I mean, this game has that, but no one enables it. It's just something that's kind of enabled by default. In all the UE5 games, like there's an in-game voice chat and proximity chat, right? It was also in Throne, but again, it's just something that nobody uses. Reminds you? Yeah, it would be nice if we had something like that. What's the timetable for events? It's in Exploration World Bosses. I can show you afterwards. Is it early access? This is the Taiwan version. Mox. Yeah, so I can hear people talk. If they have it enabled, which no one does. Can be hard to memorize their spawn time. The thing is, it's not fixed. It depends on when they were killed, right? So it keeps shifting. Like they have a respawn timer type stuff, you know? Like the Abyss world bosses actually have fixed spawn times, except for one, which is why people actually do those, right? But yeah, the overworld one don't. Fully translated to English? Yes. The entire game is translated in English, both in text and voice already. Well, the latest dungeons don't have voice acting, but they usually like end up having them after a couple of weeks. Is worth coming the camo? Oh, whoops. Yep. Yeah, two of us missed it. Bobby wasn't looking at the screen. I mean, Bakama is in the game, by the way. Right. Multiple times, actually. We get to kill him, yeah. He's the boss of like 2 different dungeons. Like different iterations of him. Yeah, the English voice dub is in beta, so it's not always up to date, but it's there. I can't raise your buddy. That works. Extendable program. I mean, depends on when you were doing it. Like, in the early days of AION1, you had Zapiel. I mean, you had Bakama, you had Lanok. No one's doing green. Good job, dude. You had Trirun, right? One took blue already. Yeah, Zapiel was the one on the island. It was the Carib. It was the Biz Spear in the early days of AION1, yeah. Because it had attack speed. I mean, technically speaking, Bakama was Biz, but Zapiel was like really convenient. But... Brother. Yeah, Zapiel was the one with the invisible bridge with the other 2 bosses. I mean, back then it was the type shit you did that you kind of handled with DKP, with like attendance and stuff. I think that was the last one, right? One more actually. These guys are done. I guess I can move on to my ranger. Just do my corroded, I guess. So much card XP. What's your PC specs? I have a 4070, a 9800 X3D, and 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM. Are you going to play on global? Of course I will. Global is my main goal. Taiwan is just a waiting room. As to before? That's okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. On the Ranger. I have so many fucking ults now, dude. I'm getting lost. I need to do corridors on every characters too. God damn. God damn. Did you have this character? I haven't crafted it either. Can I grab that real quick? Alright. I'm 500 plus. I qualify, but I have an English name, so... That is the weakness of this character. About the towns in this game, I haven't seen like towns where there's healer people. Yeah, they... I mean, there's a couple of main hubs, but people... It is very much a dungeon simulator, so most people are just like in instances. But yeah, like this one is the one for Morheim. There's like two hubs per maps. That's one of them. Get 148. See if this guy takes me. I'll just make my own group. Yeah, I'm just gonna make my own. Okay, we bowl. Tons of shops and stuff like that. Yeah, like there's training dummies here. There's a big ass piano that you can play here. There's crafting benches here, and shops are on the other side. Wait, we don't quite have a main capital yet, but we have hubs. I mean, sure, why not, dude? I'll just take a cleric, though, if you don't mind me. Probably 148. Bourgour. $360, brother. That's pushing it a little bit. All right. No, let's not do that. Green pendant and everything. Fine. As for the people, yeah. I mean, the one in Old Guard has a bit more people, to be fair. But it's also quite late for Taiwan, so... Not very bustling. See. Few more people here. Where the Cleric's at. I will take a 400k Cleric. I mean, my lobby is like the main one right now, so probably. Got all these gooners, man. All of them. All of these people on this game just for one reason and one reason alone. This guy is literally called Hot Body, dude. In no way. And bro got the starter pack, just the casual Splendid Horn Dragon and then a fucking Orichalcum God. I mean, that has to be a returning player. Like, no one in their right mind use that these days. Alright, take it easy, Tommy. All 16 is a little low, I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, fucking green brooches. I'll install more join, I guess. Yeah, it's mostly like growth pack gaming so far. We don't really have any carries in the group. This guy is also incredibly low. I mean, this guy has a Caldridge Brush somehow. Feels pilot, man. I'm 460, 600k. Guy is 514. I mean, he has a Horn Dragon weapon. I just try to join this group. But like, these guys are a little sus. What does he have? Okay, he has a carry though. Yeah, I think I tried to join. On. Oh man. Well, this group has sprouts. Yeah. Level 46 Ranger. Why do they reject? English name. I made the mistake of picking an English name with this character. It is what it is. Okay, well, we got a group. Okay, we have a hell of juiced assassin actually. Okay, this should be smooth sailing, surely. Got 284k. I know it's crazy though, but that should be fine. What eye level do we aim for an ult? I mean, depend what you're doing with your ult. Also, do you mean for global or Taiwan? Like, in terms of eye level, like, the end game for an ult is 3k. Just to be able to go to Central Abyss for corridors, right? And to do the 2.5k Ascension Trial thing comfortably. Can you rename your character? Yeah, you can. Only 3 health scrolls left. Surely that's enough for the entire dungeon. I trust. Wasting time to mark. I'll just buy some. There you go. I'm full. I mean, given what we have in the group, we're probably gonna be skipping most of the battles, honestly. No numbers. Still far. That's fine. I think 3 missed the mark. I mean, it's fine, buddy. Just keep running for it. You'll get one eventually. Probably skip that. Rivalries aim for 2k. You mean eye level? I mean, for olds, you don't really have to worry too much about the eye level, because like, just what you're gonna have like out the gate is going to allow you to do Vacron, which is enough. Like, if you want to eventually push Fire Temple to get to get more egos, that's gonna be 2.2. But yeah, like, you won't have to worry too much. It's mostly gonna be about if you can try to do some prep work. Get your ults as close to 3k as possible for the next season, because season 2 is where we're gonna get middle rush, right? Then that's good, right? You just focus on just funneling shit to your main to begin with. If you do have plans, like some long-term plans to run dungeons on one of your ults, you can get some crafted accessories on it early on too. It's gonna be pretty cheap. So, but yeah. We park our ults at Vacron or Fire Temple? I mean, early on, you're going to park them at everything because you just want to collect paintings, right? You might as well be doing a spread of everything to get wings and paintings for free, right? And then after that, it's up to you. Like, you will want to slowly get them some dungeon gear to slowly get them to climb to park them at 3k for their final resting place. And maybe have one ult that you're going to push further in Season 3. The gatherer has had no health for the past 5 business days, but it's okay. Someone already died? Interesting. What do you think about making the sub purchasable with Kuna? Would that be a good thing? Yeah, it would be. I think it would be a net positive. It would allow people that don't want to spend money to be able to play the game free to play. And it would allow regions where the currency is weak to not be forced to pay the sub for an expensive price. So yeah, I think it would be a good thing, personally. I mean, that is one thing I'm, you know, one suggestion I gave to NCSoft. Oh boy. He's on top. But like so far from what we saw with the Japanese like thing they posted, it seems like the sub will be a direct purchase again. But yeah, like either having it a tradable item or making it purchasable with Kuna, to me, would honestly just be a net positive for the game. More accessible, right? BF6, damn. I mean, expand your horizons. There's other games. There's a month left, right? So. Like PvP guild become access. I'm not going to be making any PvP guide for now because I just don't do enough PvP on Taiwan. I don't want to make guide about stuff I don't have like, you know, extensive experience in. But if I do anything like that, it's gonna be after global release. Now, what I can tell you though is Cleric is mostly leaning towards group PvP, more so than solo PvP. And most people are running status effect, resist, willpower, HP as a first layer of defense. Block if you can afford to do so, although you will need an insane amount of block for it to work. Some people look at crit res as a supplement to the first three, because it's pretty easy to build into, although it's not as effective. I mean, this is not like a jab at anyone in particular. I'm just not interested in making guides for stuff that, again, I don't know I have like the best experience in, right? There's just no point. Play same faction release as Elios as well. I'm not decided yet. It's going to depend on the people I'm playing with. Like what they want to... Oh boy. What they want to play specifically. I'll just stand aside. That is not ideal. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not particularly married to one faction, so yeah, it's going to depend with on the people I'm playing with. Like the class is kind of similar. Like I'm not really hard stuck on a class. Okay, buffed up. Well, that's good. Once again. Maybe on this edge. Yeah, I couldn't detox everything, but better than nothing, I guess. Happen to know anyone who has an up-to-date Cleric PvP guide that's good? I mean, I don't really know anyone. More like the only thing I could potentially recommend you to do is look on the Korean side. Like, look at for the keywords for AION2 and Cleric, right? And then you look through, like, because on YouTube there's a bunch of Korean streamers, so... Although, honestly, most of the Clerics I know from Korea purely play in a group as a support, so it depends on what you want to do, right? Because, like, Cleric in solo PvP is not exactly the best class, so most people just don't do that, they just don't bother. Even on the Korean side. There's a couple that, like, have, like, really over-geared Clerics that do 1v1 arena and stuff, but they are mostly few and far between. For group PvP, there's definitely a couple on YouTube. Cleric on an A? Yeah, if you have high ping, Cleric is definitely what I would recommend personally. Definitely the least painful to play with high ping. Least impacted too. Oh god. Yep. Okay, well. I'm just gonna wait after that. And the boss is well positioned. Fine. Oh, didn't get a number. That hasn't happened in a while. Seven is fine. Yeah, we should have this in the bag. Nice. Very cool. That's chain throat, maybe? No? Just a beam? Alright. Beam it is. I'll do some dungeon on this character as well, but I do want to keep some energy just in case we end up doing Caldrix later. Transfer that to the Cleric too. Well, maybe don't transfer the Kina just yet so I can I can actually just break down this gear, but afterwards, I guess. I'm hella full. But you can just look up the keyword for AION2 and just Cleric. Like if you don't know quite where to find the keyword for the name, you can go on AION.ing and just take the name of the class next to the class icon. And AION2 you can just take from the website. Another one to deliver? Oh yeah, this one. What do I do with all of these rings? Well, technically speaking, I should be keeping them for potential. Like I should, because I'm gonna be able to craft a faded bracelet on this character soon, should I? If not already, so I guess turn all of that into potential. What is it? I also need, do I need weapon potential? I don't know, I don't remember if I still need them. Let me see. I do. Actually, I do. Do I have any 4-star potential? Or is it only 3-star? I have some 4-star remainders. Yeah, here's a... Okay, 1 4-star. XD. Hello, pizza. Okay, then that I'm not gonna do. Wow. Actually made that painting. Is it expensive? I'm assuming people are like spamming it right now, so probably not. I mean, 900k. I mean, also use it just for the illusion. And pizza, thanks for the tier 1. Very big resub. Appreciate it. And yes, remember, Twitch Prime is free. It's crazy. I'm missing 2. I mean, I guess I should technically be doing some research base, but I mean, I should probably still be doing some transcendence just to get new cards on this character if something bad happens next week. Like at this point, I'm just in full fucking paranoid mode, honestly. I'm 800k combat power. I can't find Worm because no Chinese voice chat. What do you think it's normal? I mean, yeah, doing Clerics on Taiwan without a pre-made is going to be a fucking headache if you're by yourself, for sure. Because all of them want voice chat because none of them can agree on a strat. It is what it is, right? Like the unfortunate reality of a language barrier in a region that is undecisive in terms of us, you know, in terms of strategies. There's an in-game voice chat? There is, yeah. Although I think most, because like the player base is mostly Chinese, right? I think they use YY or whatever they call it. Can I make a bracelet actually? Yeah. Faded bracelet. Yeah, I'm missing 1. Next week. 30 mil is a bit steep, but probably gonna do it. The updated Founders Pack content doesn't list it in the content. I think there's a character scroll in the banner picture of the Founders Pack. I don't think that's something they include. Not as far as I know. Okay, alright, well, I guess we're doing some more Transcendence. That or Deus. Deus would give me potential for the weapon though. But I can't really miss the event. Like I could make better Arcanas. Like this character's Arcanas are not bad, but I might, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it. These guys want 600k for tier 1. Excellent. I'll just make my own group. That's it. What do you think of Cleric? It's excellent for everything except 1v1 PvP. And it's pretty fun to play. Pretty plug and play on the support side of things. Yeah, it's a good support class. Fine. Fine as well. A little light, but at least we have a tank, so I just need a healer now. I'll just take whatever healer joins first. Unless it's a tenor. If it's a tenor, maybe I kick one of the other DPS. Oh yeah, I do like Cleric, and I wouldn't be opposed to playing it again if it wasn't for the fact that I do think I'm gonna try to go for X forms and stuff like that on global, long term, right? And I mostly like doing solo PvP, so yeah, I might as well be playing a class that's a bit better at it than that. And here's a Cleric. Very cool. Time for some second boss Gulag. Please look forward to it. Is it viable for someone playing 5 hours a day, 10 plus on the weekend to maintain both PvE and PvP gear without swiping? Yeah. I've been playing for 8 months, and I mean more than that now. And I'm only paying for the sub, no battle pass, no swiping. I'm way past endgame on PvE, and my PvP gear isn't terrible even though I haven't been taking care of it for like 3-4 months. If you play that much, and you play ults, like, yeah, you'll be fine. Are you gonna be able to like kill the top 1% people that swipe it's insane amounts in PvP? Probably not. But does it matter? Not really. Because I mean PvP ultimately doesn't matter in this game, so if you just want to keep up with the gear, to be able to fend for yourself, to do your weeklies, to actually like demolish people, to do like ZVZ, sieges, so on and so forth, like you'll have no trouble doing that without swiping. None whatsoever. Especially on global. Like, just consider this. I have survived Taiwan. The way I'm playing the game. Mostly solo with 0 swiping, right? If I can do that, you're gonna have no trouble surviving global, whatsoever. So like 5 hours a day and 10 plus on the weekend, like, yeah. You might run out of content to do, but I mean, if there's a will, there's a way, I guess. If you play like a lot of worlds. Did this guy fall off? Okay, no. After getting Templar to 2.8, throwing out Spite Master and Flush so much smoother. I mean, it's also a matter of like the class just coming online with that setup, right? Templar definitely feels great, but it's one of those where having lower ping and having better gear is going to make the class feel a lot smoother. Whereas SM is like, the return on investment on SM comes much earlier. Like the class feels a lot better at endgame, but it already feels pretty good early on, right? Like ultimately just boils down to which archetype you like more than anything. But SM's pretty good, to be fair. Only one set of bombs? I guess this group's DPS is actually pretty decent. Not bad. Not DPS to one-shot things, every mob gets kill stolen by endless hordes of range. Yeah, that's another thing that is just part of like setup. Once you're strong enough, and once you have Doom Shield to level 15, you can just spam Doom Shield over and over to just keep one-shotting mobs and zooming on them. Like farming on Templar is not really a problem anymore, since the Doom Shield changes. Because you just Doom Shield Judgment stuff, right? Getting trees in exactly 30 seconds? What do you mean? The body blocking, dude. Why is this guy not walking? He killed 2 of us by just like stutter stepping. I'm gonna wait. Finishing to 15? I mean, if you have the growth pass, it's instant, right? If you don't, obviously it's a bit more of a hassle, since, you know, since you said you're 2.8, you obviously don't have it. You can get to it though, like getting 1 stigma to level 15 isn't too bad. Like you can just go into like upper abyss, kill some bots, do some corridors, and you'll be level 15 in no time. But then again, after that, obviously you're probably not gonna quite have the power to one-shot mobs right away. But at least it's going to make it a bit smoother for sure. That's why I said earlier that, you know, some classes require a little bit more setup to get there. Templar is definitely one of those. Including ping, yeah, that's another thing. What's my final pack code, Mr. Streamer? Good question. The guy I asked, like the NC rep I asked, has been offline on Discord for like over a week. I don't know if he's on vacation or if he got fired. Yeah, that's I'm just kind of waiting. Oh, that was two, I guess. Summer vacation? Maybe, yeah, could be. I'm just gonna wait. He's invisible so people don't DM him 100%. I mean, his job is he's like a CC rep, right? So if he doesn't answer me or other people, then he's probably not there for one reason or another. Supposedly. Oh, you know, maybe NC-Soft is already sick of me. Could be. It takes her for 46. Who the fuck is this guy? Why is he spamming us with suggestions to make the game better? Fuck this guy. Get him out of here. Get him out of the program. French debuff? Yeah, surely. That's probably what it is. They figured it out. They figured out my living location. I want to do it. I mean, this guy has been pretty... He's been pretty responsive. And nice to talk to, honestly. Unlike the CMs they have on Discord. Like, these ones are actually useless. I don't know why these people are getting paid. They're getting paid? I would assume so. It's like these guys are like CMs on like several games, so I would assume they're just like core NC-Soft employees, right? I guess they're getting paid to make dog shit Discord events that nobody gives a fuck about. But it is what it is, you know. One employee to mod them all, yeah. One guy to make like roleplay events on Discord. Another one to remove the poop emojis whenever they announce something asinine. All in the day's work, yeah. Reactions on our band, yeah. They keep removing them every time. Which I get why, but you know. I wish people poop emoji me. Your mods ban that guy. Are you using tap target? Yeah, I'm playing on AION2 mode. Do you even have mods? See, that's the funny joke. Because I'm asking mods to ban someone. But I don't have mods. Which, you know, once you figure that out, laugh and choose, right? Usually. Yeah. Mods, unleash the wrath of Zeus on this guy. God, I wish. Is tap target better with tails or just preference? It's just preferences. It's just the way I'm used to be. I'm used to be playing MMOs like this, right? So that's why I'm playing like that. Some people have been using the action mode and they say it's really good, so yeah. Would you recommend Cleric? I'm normally an Archer. I mean, Cleric's great. The only thing that Cleric isn't fantastic at is 1v1 PvP, but for everything else, yeah, Cleric's pretty good. Pretty good, pretty desired. I wonder if I shall struggle. True, I should have asked. Damn, bro just fucking died. Yeah, that new ranger is not the best. It is what it is. But like obviously the status of like balance of every class and like what they do right now is really up in the air, because number one, global is going to be getting slightly different stuff, because obviously we won't be level 50, we won't have advanced stigma, so on and so forth, right? So some classes are going to lose some stuff that they really want to have from chapter 1. And we're also getting a combat revamp next week, so who fucking knows what's going to happen. Oh my god, this fucking guy, dude. The seal, this guy. I'll mark him. If he wipes us again, I'm kicking him. Hardest mechanic? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how pugs just cannot figure that one out. They keep trying to kill themselves, even though they put a wall like a week ago. Well, this guy has the other eye this time, so it's fine. And he still took it to the face, but you know, it's okay. Please give me number 1, please. I will beg. Thank you. Very cool. Alright, come on. Okay, he did it. Nice. Yippee! Fred. Use macro early in the game, though, because most skills are open. Yeah, I mean, in the current state of the game, yeah. You do use macro, like, early. Again, TBD on what's gonna happen next week, but yeah. But I would assume that part is not going to change too much, because, like, the biggest part of the macroing is your bread and butter, right? Your LMB, RMB, E proc, and these you get pretty much from the get-go. What is next week? Combat revamp. Sick. Like, they're going to start revamping the combat, like the way every class plays. to be less macro-centric and more, you know, player input-centric. At least that's what they said. So we'll see exactly what they mean by that. Yeah, only on global as well. I'm going to assume it will impact everyone. It wouldn't make sense because like global is in a month, right? So if they do stuff next week, since we're supposed to be getting the Korean-Taiwan balance, I don't see why we wouldn't be getting this, right? No, no, yeah, that's my bad. I didn't see it was. Oh, he was phasing. Not the biggest fan of the lantern in the middle, but no. Insufficient cube space. Ah, yes. Oh, that's fine. I do want to keep some energy on this character anyways. In case some Cleric shenanigans happen. I'll just go back on my sorc and do some more exploration stuff on it. Wrap up the day, I guess. Right, even at level 1 it gives like a pretty good amount of XP though. Very nice. Pretty nice. Low-key, I kind of hope this event stays for a while. Alright. Time for some more exploration slop. I don't know, same faction but different servers. Is there a way to meet up other than dungeons? No, not really. You're gonna be able to do all of the instance PV content, but anything that is like on the maps, you're not gonna be able to do so, no. Can't even add each other. You should be able to. You need to put the server like first 3 letters in brackets at the end of the name to add someone in a friends that is on a different server. So like since I'm on Neemon, for example, it would be the name and then open bracket, nem, close bracket, right? I have to do that because the names are per server. What does meant? Well, there you go.
I'm sorry.
I don't have to manually do anymore. That's nice. That is nice.
The fact he's there's a closed door over there. The records must be inside. That should be the records.
Right. Yeah. No problem. Although you can only do it with the people of the same faction, obviously. Even though you can play with the other faction in dungeons.
Finally check the records. This is it. Alpha's
I feel like it's always this sword. I feel like on every single character, the key is on this sword specifically. Yeah, it's also on this one. Yeah, it's probably fixed then. That's interesting. So we are Saturday. I mean, granted, I finished everything. I'm trying to think. I should be able to get this character into Ludra. The main problem is that it's going to be like the end of the week when I do. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find people to run it, but I'll try.
I must return.
Not worth to level your ult to level 50. The thing is, leveling to 50 is going to require at least getting 270k combat power. And at that point, that requires investment. And for what I'm doing with these characters, that's not required. Like, unless you're actively seeking to, like, do more endgame dungeons and stuff like that, like, it's whatever. So Ascension Trials as well as... Yeah, that's good. Ascension Trials as well as corridors and stuff like that, like, getting to eye level 3k is pretty much the final resting place for most ults. Yeah, playing in EU. The game, it won't be out in Europe for like another month. It's gonna be out in the 30th of September. I'm playing on Taiwan right now. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
Please, I must.
We granted his first wish.
Yeah. 2 more jumps. I'll do this seal dungeon. Alright, this character also has money. I guess I have a bunch of disposable money right now. But I'm probably gonna wait until next week. Just in case. Be right back, earthquake. Ain't that some shit?
I won't go back! Damn it! Damn it! If I'd known, I'd have stayed.
Yeah, I'll grab this Kuberes Kickus. Don't have to cross the rift actually. Just crossing it, that's it. Like the right one. Communicate, run diagram meta for ults. And down monkey in the dungeon. I mean, early for global, yeah. Although, honestly, at this point of the game, like, I kind of wouldn't waste my time doing this, but you can, I guess. Like, if I'm gonna be pushing an ult to run dungeons, I'll just go the extra mile and get them to 270k to get level 50 to get into at least 5-star dungeons. You know what I mean? At this point, if you're gonna be spending the time to run dungeons on the character, you might as well invest into them to be able to run the right dungeons. Like, it seems it's not going to be a problem. You won't have to invest anything because you can just be a kibble runner while the dungeon is relevant. But in season 3 onwards, yeah, just run like one character for dungeons and then just use the other ones for ascension trials and stuff. Can you show me how to move map abilities, display, etc.? How to move map abilities, display, etc. Do you mean like edit the interface? Maya? If that's what you mean, you go into the main menu and you're going to edit HUD. Like, that's behind my wing right now. But it's like on the right next to arena. And then you click on it and then you can just do whatever the fuck you want. You can resize, you can move, you can pair, you can hide. Anything. Well, it would be nice if they added some extra options though. In the settings, yeah, nah. It's HUD edit. Like it looks like a square with arrows on the corners. In the side menu. You can also like import HUD code from other people and stuff like that. If you see a UI that you like, you can ask people to give them to you.
I won't forgive you for it. No. The Dragon Lord's strength just started to come together.
All that voice acting for a mod that died in one hit. Yeah, I hate to see it. Really? I mean, you know what? Whatever. Just take me there. I probably just had to fly over the wall, but... whatever. Take the toll. Open automatically or... you know. Oh man. Okay, you know what, chat? I think that's gonna be it for me today. I'm a little bit tired. Finished late yesterday to get out the Horn Den guide. I think yeah. I think I'm gonna go take a nap, grab some food, and then start working on the next dungeon guide. But yeah, for the time being, thanks for watching today. Thanks for the follows, the subs, the resubs, and everything in between. And again, I'll be back tomorrow for another big stream. Just get more done with this character, a couple of dungeons extra to do, so on and so forth. But yeah, look forward to that. Maybe it would be nice if Stoops found the people to do Clerics, but I don't know if he's actively looking. But yeah, we'll see. Anyhow, thanks for watching today. I'll look for someone to host real quick. See, who do we have? Well, Asylon is streaming, I guess. It's been a minute since I hosted him. Yeah, sure. I'll host Asylon. You guys go say hi to him, and have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. GG's.
Oh, Jane is inside.
We are talking about Korean Taiwan. Yeah.